most of you are very interactive. You learned a lot. There was a lot of knowledge sharing as well to that extent, and I'm sure some of you touched base with areas in which you could improve certain things with respect to just your general work, in terms of innovation, in terms of practice. Thank you. In terms of in terms of practice, and in terms of your collaborations and networking. And with that, I begin my first session of a small quiz. Okay, it's not a small quiz. I just want to see how good your memory really is, and if at all you really did learn anything from yesterday. So again, I will pick tables at random. So if you smile at me too much or if you look at me too much, just know I'm just going to tap into your table and be like, hi, what did you learn from yesterday? So it's unfortunate I can't see what table number that is because there's multiple people on that table and they're all smiling at me. Well, the table with the lady in green and black and 4 gentlemen. That's the best way I can describe it. So I'm going to assume that's table 2.
Hello, good morning. My name is Rose Delilah. I enjoyed yesterday's session. It was very insightful. I'm a note taker, so I'm just going to touch on a few things. So we learned about, let's say, AI ethics. I'm not from a law background, so I'm just going to mention some terminologies, bear with me. So we talked about surveillance in AI and the impact that it has. Do we have the individuals, we were told to be respective and not use subjects. So the individuals' permission to use their information, most especially the one that came about when we had a presentation for Uganda and radio, and we were talking about, is it ethical to have their data out there without it being masked, and just them being out there without consent. So yeah, we were talking about issues like that. We talked about the data collection and its benefits, about openness and openness in data governance, and also development of data sheets for data sets, whereby concepts on we should conceptualize how data is collected. And I picked that was from Timnit Gebru. Yeah, I follow her a lot, and she's very inspirational. And yeah, we talked about inclusive AI, fairness, accountability, and yeah, rights of data individuals in data protection. That's accountability model for development, framework for ethical AI for users, and people should have avenues to report harmful AI. So yeah, that's a brief. Thank you.
Please, 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 a round of applause again for Delilah. That was an amazing summary. I don't even think I need to call on another table to give a skip, but I promise I'll do that at some point during the course of the day. So as we begin day 2, it's going to be fairly short. Just a few quick housekeeping things before we officially commence. Remember to take note of the photography notices on both ends, your left and your right. They're in blue, so that when you see your pictures on social media or an ad somewhere, you don't sue the university. You don't sue them. Yeah, and it could be on an ad. You never know. Or promotional material for the conference. Yeah, post-conference. So you never know. So just a reminder to please take note of the 2 notices so that you don't unintentionally or intentionally sue us for using your images. Thank you. Once again, the washrooms are at the back. You can use whichever exit, left or right. You'll find the notice for the washrooms at the back. Again, if you need any help or assistance with anything, you can touch base with myself, and I will be able to point you to where you can get help. So with that, I think we can commence for the day, and allow me now, drum rolls please, to officially welcome Dr. Melissa Omino, the Acting Director of CIPIT, for today's welcoming remarks. Round of applause, please, or drum rolls, whichever works.
Good morning, everyone. How are you this morning? Wow, today you're responsive. You've caught the vibe. I'm very glad that you've caught the vibe. It's not raining today, it's sunny, and it's Friday, and it's a half day. So I understand why the vibe is caught. Um, I want to thank you for coming back here again today. This is day 2 and our final day of Cosaa. And it is my pleasure to welcome you here today. We are honored to have our second keynote speaker, Dr. Catherine Toure, I hope I've said that properly, the Regional Director of Canada's International Development Research Center, IDRC, which is one of CIPIT's greatest supporters and is a key partner to Cosaa. Asante sana. Cosaa is also possible through the support of the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, SIDA, and part of the AI4D Africa network. We established yesterday, since we are being asked what we learned, I remember what we did yesterday. So we did establish that the aim of this conference is to investigate the vibrant emerging AI ecosystem on the African continent through the different thematic areas in the different panels, presentations, and papers and exhibitions here today. And this was also in tandem with the purpose behind our AI Policy Center, which is to investigate how AI evolves in Africa, and secondly, how the interactions of various stakeholders in the AI ecosystem influences that evolution. Am I lying or am I saying the truth? Only Angeline is saying it's true. We talked about an AI ecosystem yesterday, yes? We established that the ecosystem actually exists, yes? And that the stakeholders here are part of that ecosystem, yes? And let me borrow somebody's words, and if these are your words, please stand up and claim them. We said that the AI ecosystem is actually community-based. Who said that? He's not claiming his words. Please claim your words. Thank you. A round of applause for the young gentleman. So I hope that today we are one step closer to defining the state of AI in Africa. We established yesterday that the ecosystem is represented by stakeholders in this room, and so we can actually answer that question, though we do acknowledge that we might have missed a region or representatives from a region because of a language barrier. So definitely we need to have Cosaa Part 2, and where we'll have a bilingual conference. I can see my admin team smiling at me. It's fine, we'll make it. So let us then get to today's session and get it started. Technology is giving up on me. And in order for us to start today's session, we will have our second keynote speech by Dr. Catherine Toure, PhD. Catherine started her career in New York City in refugee resettlement before working for the Center for International and Comparative Studies at the University of Iowa. She moved to West Africa, where she worked with Africa Online, the educational research network for West and Central Africa, and eventually as director of IDRC's West and Central Africa Regional Office. She is author, co-author, and co-editor of several books and papers, and a member of the editorial board of Langar Research and Publishing Common Initiative Group, which publishes 50 books about African countries annually. Catherine has a PhD in education with an emphasis in socio-cultural studies from the University of Montreal. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Catherine Toure to the podium.
Thank you so much, Michelle. I should have worn my high heels today. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. I feel very far away from you, so I want to feel closer by maybe asking a few questions to get started. Just to know who's in the room. Who's here from West Africa? Okay, great. Who's here? Yeah, I know, we can be from different places, multiple places, flexible borders, no worries. You can raise your hand several times. I'm also from West Africa. Who's here from Central Africa? Okay. Who's here from Southern Africa? Okay, great. Who's here from North Africa? Okay. Who's here from Eastern Africa? Okay. And who's here from the diaspora or from outside the continent? Okay, all right. Good to know. Welcome again. Another interactive question. I'm going to be here all day today through lunch to learn with you all and take in the good vibe. I wasn't here yesterday, however, so I wanted to continue what Florence did a few minutes ago and just go to a couple of tables and hear not a list of everything you covered, but just one takeaway for you. That, what did you hear yesterday that is going to make a difference in your work? What one insight did you gain yesterday that's going to make a little bit of a difference in your work going forward? Just giving you a minute to think. And then you could raise your hand, or I could just go randomly to tables and people like Florence did. I'm especially looking at my colleague in yellow right here. Anybody want to raise their hand? I invite you. Is there a microphone? What one? No, you weren't here yesterday, let's say. What one takeaway from yesterday so that I can get a sense of the discussion? So we have someone at the far table over here. Maybe you can stand, say your name, and then the one thing.
Okay, good morning everyone. So my name is Edson from Tanzania. Well, my one key takeaway from yesterday, I would say it's about the customizable solutions. So Africa needs to have customizable solutions for AI.
Customizable solutions. Thank you. What other one takeaway from yesterday? Now I see my sister in red in the middle here. She's looking at the computer, maybe to not make eye contact. One takeaway from yesterday?
One takeaway would be stakeholder engagement is really important when just integrating AI into our communities. And stakeholder would mean the government, the community, researchers, et cetera, et cetera.
Customizable solutions, stakeholder engagement. Thanks so much. Your name and where you're from? Maybe the microphone back.
My name is Brenda. I'm from Kenya.
Okay, thanks, Brenda. One other takeaway.
Hi, okay. My name is Chikeze. I'm Nigerian, but I live in South Africa. The takeaway for me is that when we talk about AI, we're really talking about data algorithms, and this, the two of them have really very contested issues and concepts that need constant unpacking and evaluation as we try to figure out how to improve the state of AI in Africa.
Excellent. I would almost be tempted to call that algorithmic governance. I would like to go to our colleagues online to see if there's one takeaway from there. Francis, at the back of the room, is that possible? To hear from one colleague online?
Yeah, I think for me, I think there was a gentleman who spoke about computing power, that Africa, we don't have maybe the computing power or compute capacity that we need, but do we really have to go the direction of the global north? Or we need to start by asking the questions about what do we want to use AI for? And then we start developing our own infrastructure that is customized to our needs.
That's great, customizing the infrastructure to be fit for purpose according to what we want to do with AI. Thank you. And where's Francis? Is Francis back there?
He's stepped out a bit, but there are no comments online yet. Maybe we give them a few minutes.
Okay, we'll take one more here and then go back online, and then I'll read my official speech.
So good morning, my name is Kevin. I'm an AI researcher from Kenya, and one of my key takeaways is the success of AI execution and implementation in Africa basically relies on data policy makers and also having a national strategic plan on AI. But the problem we're having in Africa, where we are only having a country like Nigeria that only has a national strategy on AI, and having maybe other countries left out or still maybe having very slow conversations on that. I believe it's basically because of this huge gap between the data policy makers and also the national strategy constructors. So we really need to devise more creative and more instrumental initiatives of how to bridge that gap, and of how to also involve the national AI strategy constructors in the process as we establish the data policies, so that by the time they are beginning to construct maybe this national AI strategy, they have a very good framework which was provided to them by the data policy makers. So I think we really need creative initiatives on that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, moving together in national strategy development. Last call for anyone online? No one?
We have two comments.
Okay.
So there's one from Martin Bayer. We'll just allow him to speak. I hope he'll be audible.
Okay. Martin?
Sure. Hopefully you can hear me.
Well, we hear you well.
Great. Martin Bayer. I'm based at Strathmore's Institute of Public Policy and Governance. My key takeaway was that artificial intelligence should be thought of in simple terms. We shouldn't complicate it. A gentleman gave an excellent example of traveling from his hotel to the conference venue and looking for markers along the way, memorizing many things at the outset, and dropping off a few of them on the following day and the subsequent day. And that's how AI works. It's simply trying to mimic intelligence by learning a lot of things, but as you move along, you simplify. So there's an opportunity for Africa. Thank you.
That's fantastic, Martin. Appropriate language, storytelling, metaphors, making this whole potentially or seemingly complex area understood by us everyday people. Was there one more comment online?
Yes, we have a comment by Timothy Muigai.
Timothy.
Yeah, Timothy.
Great.
He says that he made a confirmation that the African ecosystem exists, and it was an eye-opener and a good challenge.
Okay, great. So we're not working in a void or in a vacuum. Things are rolling along, and the movers and shakers of the space are here in the room. Thank you. Thank you for giving me an idea of what you discussed yesterday and what you were taking away from the discussions. So officially, good morning, bonjour. to everyone here in the room and also to colleagues online. It is absolutely great to be here. It's great for me to be meeting the CIPIT team. It's great to be here at Strathmore. Met Michelle for the first time, Angelique as well. Look forward to meeting other CIPIT colleagues. My name, as Michelle said, is Catherine Touré, and I work as Regional Director at Canada's International Development Research Centre. So we have a regional office here in Nairobi, covering Eastern and Southern Africa, and I work with a dynamic team of 30 to 35 people because we're growing from across the continent. My colleague Lois Ochanda is here this morning. So happy to work with this dynamic team in our regional office in Nairobi. As a Canadian Crown Corporation and part of Canada's foreign assistance and foreign relations, IDRC has been championing, that's a hard word, championing and funding research and innovation for over 50 years. We invest in high quality research in low and middle income countries, share knowledge with our research partners for greater uptake and use, and mobilize alliances like this one here today to help build a more sustainable and inclusive world. All IDRC investments are in line with Canada's Feminist International Assistance Policy, and I look forward to talking more about that policy with those of you that are interested in how it influences our work and how we at IDRC contribute to that. This inaugural conference of the State of Artificial Intelligence in Africa comes at a time when, as others have said, Africa is making significant strides in the AI space. The African Union's digital transformation strategy for Africa calls for the highest political commitment from member states to harness digital technologies, including AI, for development. Several countries, as we've heard, are developing AI strategies, establishing AI regulatory frameworks, building AI capacity, and increasingly relying on AI to support decision-making. Furthermore, private investments and innovations in AI are on the rise. This conference is a moment to collectively take stock of advances, share knowledge and experiences, and contribute from Africa to global debates about how to use AI for the benefit of humanity and for the planet. Emerging technologies have a role to play in moving toward the sustainable development goals. On the other hand, artificial intelligence can reproduce and amplify inequalities and exclusion. This is what I learned when I did my PhD studies on the use of information and communication technologies in education. Technologies mimic inequalities that we have in society, and they can, as we all know, exacerbate or reduce those inequalities depending on how we use the technologies. So like any technology, AI is a reflection of society and can be a double-edged sword. At IDRC, we invest in responsible artificial intelligence. So responsible. We fund the African Observatory on Responsible AI and the development of a global index on responsible AI. Maybe you talked about it yesterday already, I'm not sure, but for us, responsible AI refers to AI innovations that are ethical, respect human rights, promote inclusion, and contribute to environmental sustainability. IDRC and the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, or SIDA, initiated a 5-year African-led initiative on artificial intelligence for development in Africa. This work has 3 pillars: strengthening Africa's AI talent, shaping AI policy that promotes inclusion and mitigates risks, and promoting the development, testing, and scaling of responsible AI innovations that address the challenges and aspirations of communities across the continent. An example, at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, African researchers involved in this initiative applied AI and data science to forecast transmissions and reduce the spread of COVID through focused public health interventions that responded to where the highest transmission rates were. IDRC has also recently launched hubs for managing innovation networks for responsible AI to improve sexual, reproductive, and maternal health. So I don't know if we have anybody from any of those hubs, but let's keep our ears peeled for the work coming from those hubs. These hubs are in Africa, the Middle East, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Effective partnerships like those across the continent and world regions can boost capacities, creativity, and mutual learning. This conference is an opportunity to network and build alliances for responsible AI. The conference themes of yesterday, as mentioned a few minutes ago by Florence, were important: privacy and surveillance, infrastructure and capacity issues, enabling environments for data and AI, and policy considerations and sustainable strategies for AI. Today, we look forward to learning from examples of practical applications of AI in education, agriculture, health, and the creative sector. The diverse stakeholders that you are gathered for this conference in person and online, I imagine, provides a great breadth of complementary perspectives. At the same time, I trust that there is some consensus emerging about the desired state of AI in Africa. Responsible AI, to be meaningful, must serve not just concerns of today and tomorrow, but of future generations. Let us keep in mind as we work our children and grandchildren and their children. Thank you all, and I wish you fruitful deliberations.
Another round of applause, please. So thank you so much to Dr. Melissa and Dr. Catherine for the opening remarks for this day 2 and for opening up the session. So without further ado, we'll get right into it. But before that, few key things for the panel that is coming up. Joshua, who is waving at you right now at the back, will be your timekeeper, and he'll be seated somewhere at the front. So just a reminder to keep your eye on him, so that he'll prompt you on time. And with that, allow me to introduce the first panel for the day. Like I said, today is going to be fairly short, so I'm hoping that this panel will be as interactive as they can be. I'm seeing them smiling so much, so they're definitely ready for this. So yeah, today's first panel will be on practical AI. So it will be on AI use and impact in the health, agriculture, legal and creative fields in Africa. So allow me to introduce and welcome the moderator and the panelists for this session. The moderator for this session will be Alfred Ongere, the panelist, Dr. Oladipo, Mutembe Kariuki, Timothy Kinyanjui, Leonide Mutuku, Rose Delilah, and Barbara Akello. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, my name is Alfred Onger. I'll be your moderator for today's panel. As a form of introduction, I am the founder of Artificial Intelligence Kenya, which is an initiative meant to grow the adoption of AI here in Kenya. We mainly see ourselves as an ecosystem building initiative. Our first program was establishing a community which has won multiple awards locally here and also across Africa. And I'm glad to be with you here today. So we're going to have a very interactive panel. First of all, we'll start with a short discussion with the panelists, after which I'll allow the audience to ask any follow-up questions. To kick it off, I would ask each of my panelists to briefly introduce themselves, the organization, and how their work links to the conversation of AI in Africa. So, we can start with you, Barbara.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Barbara Akelo, and I'm very grateful for this opportunity. So I am a firm believer in communication strategies that meet the needs of both parties, and that if the right message gets to the right people at the right time, then what was an idea can easily become a reality. So I started my career in the NGO world supporting communications, and then I moved to education publishing at Focus Publishers under Sarah Mwangi. And then in 2009, I joined the telco industry, working with Safaricom customers across all the touch points, but my favorite was online and SMS. Then I moved to technology division in 2013, where I worked with the Safaricom Women in Technology. And I also moved at a time when the technology needed somebody who is able to bridge the gap, the communications gap between techies and the rest of the world. So I was the technology communications liaison, just marketing the network claims to the Safaricom customers, and just trying to break down the language so that it can be understood by the rest of the stakeholders until 2019, when I moved to customer data analytics. So that's what I have done for the last 4 years. And my role was to identify the people who are struggling with network just from the language that they use, so that this network, if there are network problems, can be addressed. So that is what I have done, and I'm happy to be here, although I'm in the middle of a transition, and I'll share as we continue. Thank you, Alfred. Sorry, the choice of green dress is not a marketing campaign. It was a gift that I received, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tim Kenyanje. So yesterday when I came in and I introduced myself to a couple of people, almost all of them responded by, you're the ABSA guy. Yes, I am the ABSA guy. I have also brought a number of my ABSA colleagues, so I'm not the only ABSA guy around today. So if you see any one of them waving a placard and cheering me on, just bear with them. They're just doing their part in this session. So I have a background in applied mathematics. I kind of straddle between the commercial world in ABSA and also in research. So I also have a PhD, again in applied mathematics. So my interest in this, and probably my contribution, is through the kind of research that we do. So I have first been involved in health research. I identified like optimal vaccination strategies. That was pre-COVID, so I was dealing with an infection known as RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, and also working with the pharmaceutical industries to kind of find which are the best vaccine characteristics they should target for their development. Within ABSA, we are very much in the financial world, so we are in developing solutions which we are utilizing within the bank, but also much more importantly, to make sure that everybody who has been excluded maybe in the past from from finance access has got access to the finances they need, whether you're a person or a business that's growing. So we have got a number of initiatives within the bank that we have, like data initiatives that try to use data that has traditionally not been used for things like credit scoring, but also to improve efficiencies within the bank. And I'm also involved within the universities in the country, whether it's through giving lectures or academies, plus also involvement in the development of curriculum within these institutions. So that's the short background of where I'm coming from. And it is nice to be here, and thank you very much for the invitation.
Mic check, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. My name is Rose Delilah Gisicho. So I have a background in data science and analytics and information communication technology. So we are those back-end guys who hide behind the computers. So this is also something interesting because I work with an organization known as Zindi. How many of you have heard of Zindi? Awesome. So glad about that. So yeah, I work with an organization known as Zindi, for those who haven't heard of it. And Zindi is a professional network of data scientists across Africa, where our mission is to ensure we have AI skills and outcomes accessible to everyone. And we mostly relate as a host for data sets in Africa. So we host data sets in Africa and help develop solutions within those. There I work as a community coordinator, and as Albert had said, the community is the one that's bringing up AI in this ecosystem, because when we give them that opportunity to be innovative, we are able to get more solutions from them and amazing ideas from the community. So I work with over 60,000 data scientists across Africa, and yeah, it's an amazing opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Is this one working? Okay, it's working as well. So my aim for today was to be a walking QR code, so I hope it works. So my name is Mtembe Kariuki, and I'm the co-founder of a startup called FastTiger Inc. And our focus has always been how to democratize artificial intelligence. Currently, we are particularly focused on using AI to scale SMEs. And by way of background, I was lucky enough to have somehow benefited from Canada, because my dad ended up getting a scholarship to Canada and working with computers then. And even when he came back, he was very interested in us getting involved in computers from a very early age. And I remember one of the old computers that were being thrown away by large companies here in Nairobi that he brought home had Eliza, which is one of the first ever chatbots. And playing with that at 12 years old really got me interested in technology. And later on, I really thought about, okay, I'm really interested in technology, but what's also happening in the world? And so instead of doing computer science in university, I decided to do economics to really try and understand what are the challenges that technology can solve on the African continent. But I was particularly also interested in data, so I focus a lot of econometrics. Later on, I got to get a scholarship to Japan, where I studied ICT and development, really using data for the development space. And that's when I also really got interested in the whole space around AI in Africa. And it's been quite a journey building FastTiger the last couple of years. We've had a lot of challenges in terms of going to investors and then telling us that AI in Africa doesn't make sense. You don't have enough talent on the continent. You can't do it. I'm really excited that this conference is actually taking place, and that there's a lot of hope and opportunity for how AI can be implemented, not only focused on development sector, but also since we know that how you build economies is from capitalism, and you need to actually build companies with commercial applications for AI. And so I'm excited to talk about what we've been working on at FastTiger, and continue the collaborations with people like Alfred, who have been very supportive through the years.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Leonida Muteku, and I wear many hats, but today I'm representing the Local Development Research Institute, which is a nonprofit think tank based here in Nairobi, Kenya. And I lead AI research and strategy at in short, LDRI, because it's quite a mouthful. At LDRI, I lead AI work, particularly under 3 thematic areas: governance, accountable and inclusive artificial intelligence, as well as extension support services, which is an agriculture focused practice area. And of course, I have to acknowledge a lot of our partners here, IDRC, who fund quite a lot of our work, as well as CPIT. We are working together as part of the Data for Development Network, but also I sit on the steering committee of the Global Index on Responsible AI that Dr. Toure talked about earlier on. So I'm happy to talk about a lot of the work we do in the AI space. My background is convoluted. I came from a math background, actuarial science, and then moved into business analytics and big data. And a lot of my work right now is focused on just trying to see how we can get local voices and grassroots communities involved in the design and development of AI. So that might come up a lot as I continue speaking about the work we do at LDRI. But yeah, I think I'll leave it at that, and we can expound on some of those areas later.
Wow. All right, my name is Oladipupo Shanaike. I'm from Nigeria. I'm the only Nigerian here. I work for the University of Lagos in Nigeria, and I'm also the principal investigator for a hub called the Responsible AI for Education Hub. It's also sponsored by the IDRC. Thank you. And what we do there is to be able to identify projects in the education space that will be powered by AI across sub-Saharan Africa. And IDRC has given grants for them to be able to do a lot of work. So we've seen that the work is usually focused on inclusion, right? Inclusion is a very big issue in Africa, and it goes to address a number of dimensions, disability, right? So you have solutions that are trying to address people with hearing disabilities, people with, that are visually impaired, and it also looks at gender, which is very key, and a whole lot of other things. I have a background in computer science. I did computer science in the University of Lagos. I did a PhD in AI in the University of Lagos, so I'm just Lagos. All right, but I'm very interested in unsupervised learning, right, which is an area in AI, and I think I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that round of introductions. So, contrary to popular opinion, artificial intelligence has been here with us in the continent for quite a while. So, I'd like each of the panelists to briefly share a comment on what's the current state of AI in your country, as per your thoughts. We can start with the doctor himself.
Okay. Yeah, AI has been with us for quite some time. Interestingly, I actually came in contact with AI first time in 1996 when I was doing my undergraduate, and I've not left it since then. Because I felt it was going to be something, right, that should change, a lot of things in the world. It didn't happen the way I thought it was going to happen, but it's fine. A lot of things has happened. we've had a lot of advances over the years. In Nigeria, especially, we've seen the policymakers identify with it. I think it's also because we have an agency, the NITA, National Information Technology Development Agency, that is actually focused on IT, right? And I think that has helped a lot in things like coming up with a national AI policy, right, that is still in the works, and also coming up with things like the National Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, which is focused on a number of things: machine learning, deep learning, Internet of Things, right, blockchain technology, and so on like that. And recently, the Nigerian University Commission also has has added a course like data science into the curriculum, right, so that it will encourage universities to actually take up that as a program in the universities. So they have a minimum standard, right, that the universities are supposed to build on, right, when it comes to curriculum, right. So there's work in that area. We have a Nigerian Computer Society also in Nigeria. In a few days, we'll be having the second AI and Robotics Summit. We had one last year. And so that's another effort, right, in Nigeria that is looking at how we can get better penetration, right, of AI in the environment. And we've seen a lot of fintech companies taking up AI. Banks use chatbots, right, to be able to interact with customers. We've seen a company coming up with a robot, right, that speaks Igbo, Swahili, right, and a number of that. And so I think we have progressed, right, judging from where we are coming from. Yeah, we still have a long way to go, right, but I'm sure we'll get there ultimately. Thank you.
Well, I feel like I don't want to speak for everyone here, especially if you're from Kenya like me. You're involved in AI in one way or the other. But I must say, when I started getting interested in the field in 2010, 2011, that time data science was a relatively new term, and I set up the first data science lab at the iHub. Probably many of you are familiar with that. And when we were starting the lab, a lot of us didn't know what data science was. In fact, some of the people we used to work with were just happy with the visualizations, the infographics. That really was data science at that point, and I think we've progressed quite some since then. I'm seeing Kenya is taking AI very seriously, both from a private sector, civil society, as well as from the government standpoint. I think we're one of the few countries in Africa with an AI policy in place and trying to see how to better regulate the space, and probably this was talked about yesterday. But from the strides we've taken, seeing a lot of developers maturing in the space, moving into building more complex AI decision-making tools that affect our lives in one way or the other. I've seen a lot of applications. We are working in agriculture, quite a number of other instances in that space, trying to figure out how do we support smallholder farmers, given that our context is quite different from, out there where Google, I think the other day, launched a company that says that they've mapped 10% of the arable land in the world, but I'm pretty sure that doesn't touch on smallholder farmers, which is where I see expertise and local use cases coming up. Of course, fintech is a big area, and my colleagues here are better placed to talk about that. But what I would probably want to emphasize on is that more thoughtful applications for AI beyond just fancy showing off of what algorithms can do to actually building solutions that impact people's day-to-day lives, water, sanitation, healthcare, agriculture. So I've seen the space progressing that way, and Kenya, of course, is at the forefront in that space, and we've also seen quite a number of AI companies raising funds and also building traction to showcase what we can, how economically viable local use cases for AI are. Thanks.
Thanks, Alfred, for that. So I would look at it also from another aspect of where, for example, when the Stanford researchers were coming up with the first data set for ImageNet, right? A lot of that data labeling actually happened in places such as Kenya. So I think even looking at, the global contribution to where AI research has gone, whether it's Canadian companies, American companies, European companies, they've all been working with young people in Kenya to create training data for a lot of their AI. And then you also have a lot of, young people on the continent. So for example, in Kenya, there's been like the AI Saturdays that have been happening, organized by Felicity Mecha. This is since probably 2018, 2019, where, every Saturday people come together, data scientists and AI enthusiasts, and come up with, some solutions that they were thinking about, whether it's computer vision or NLP, that, some ideas that they had, that could turn into companies. We've also had quite a bit of contribution where startups, even from Kenya, have been part of like the NVIDIA, Inception programs. There was also the Airbus Africa for Future program where it was using remote sensing data, building AI on remote sensing data. We had a couple of African startups in the agri-tech space also there. We as Fastaga also there in 2020. I think there's also been a lot of contribution also in the health space for startups from the continent, and seeing how we can contribute in terms of disease detection. So I think there's a lot of movement happening. We haven't seen as many big companies. I think there's been a lot of papers from academia also coming out that that have contributed to a number of publications. Then the other side that I think Kenya has contributed a lot is, for example, with companies such as Mozilla, for the common voice project. That's also been something for the low resource languages that has been happening here in Kenya. You've had a lot of the indabas happening here in Kenya for data. So I think that talent-wise, I think there's also a lot that has been happening in terms of contribution of, by Kenya, of developers that can become machine learning scientists. But also I have to mention that in another way that we've been contributing is also, in a sense, our talent also going to places like Germany, going to places like Canada and US and working there. That's, half-half, getting experience, but also we are missing out on keeping that talent here and, probably investing in them a bit more. So that's just a bit of my perspective.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to second what all the other panelists have said because it's kind of similar. So I'll just speak on the aspect of talent and also the engagement of the young people. So we have tomorrow we'll be hosting the Umoja Hackathon, which is an inter-university hackathon that happens across Africa that is Zindi hosted. So we have, in Kenya, it's after Nigeria. Nigeria is our best performing data scientists. We have high number of Nigerians on our platform. Then the second rate is Kenyans. And they're very enthusiastic about this. They're very enthusiastic about creating solutions from the different challenges that we have, that is beginner, advanced, and intermediate challenges, which probably we'll share as we continue within the sessions. And you can see they have that enthusiasm to develop solutions in AI the youth they have that understanding AI is important. We need to be included for the fourth industrial revolution, which is quite interesting. And also within my interactions among the community, I was able to meet Nadia. Yeah, Nadia is cabinet secretary around ICT, so she helps with these initiatives in technology, and we're able to discuss some things about AI, and I think it's still a topic they talk about within the government, but it's something at least we highlighted as an organization, even working with Alliance for AI, which is a nonprofit to enable people to understand more about data science and leverage that, just that understanding, because you still see some corporates, yes, they want to indulge in the AI, but they don't also understand like what is AI? AI is really broad if we start talking about the technicalities. So mostly they get use cases such as data science, that is data analysis, by getting your data, manipulating the data and getting insights from it. That is beneficial to them. They haven't reached a point where they want to implement machine learning, but them being exposed to the amazing thing that data science can do, I think it's beneficial. And in Kenya, there's a lot of that happening in fintech, as mentioned. We have a lot of that happening in organizations such as Gigi and Jumia, which develop recommendation engines. Like example, like let's say you have Netflix and you watch a movie, you're recommended to a follow-up movie based on your liking. So that's like a recommender engine in action. So you have like those platforms that utilize that, and they're based in Kenya and many more. Yeah, I think I can mention a few, but I think we have a segment on that. And I feel like AI is still growing in Kenya, most definitely. We have an eye for it. We have spotted an opportunity and we are talking about it. That's the important thing. It's still at its infancy stage in a way, because we are still looking out to other organizations in the abroad to help us with some AI products. But at the end of the day, at least we are talking about it and we are including the youth who are going to be the future.
So I think my take on this is that when you're referring to the maturity of a technology, or in this case, AI, there's probably a curve through which institutions pass through. So I'll call this a maturity curve. And in this case, an AI maturity curve. So at the bottom, you start off with very little activity. And in those cases, you have got what we refer to as the early adopters. And as soon as the rest of the population or businesses see that there is value in this, then there's a huge uptake, which kind of leads into some exponential phase. And I think that is the maturity pathway in which we are at in the country, where businesses have seen that there is value. A lot of people are thinking that this is going to be the thing that's going to change the way in which they make decisions or do their businesses or improve their customer experiences. And I think there is value in that. And I'll take this in terms of 4 different points in which I think Kenya, at least regionally, is a leading country in the adoption of AI. And maybe if we start with what the government is doing. Back in 2019, the government took steps in terms of trying to develop and promote the uptake of AI solutions and also blockchain. And they did form a task force to explore in which these technologies could be used to improve the country's economy and the way we interact with each other. So I think there's some goodwill from the government to begin with in terms of the adoption. The second one is maybe some things that have already been said, is that there's a huge and a growing number of AI startups which have set camp in Kenya, and this particularly around healthcare, agriculture, and finance. And they are solving very specific needs within the populations, whether it's diagnosis and management of diseases, whether it's trying to improve crop yield, and a lot of other solutions that are being developed by these startups. The third one is the big tech. So we have a number of them that have actually come to the country. Maybe if I mention a few, and there are quite a few, is Google, Microsoft, AWS. So they have already set camp in Kenya. That shows that they're bringing their resources. They're going to hire local talent to develop solutions that are customized to our local economies. And the fourth one is something to do with education and training. So there are a couple of higher education institutions, and I think Strathmore is one of them, that are offering courses in data science. Now, these are very new courses, and I think the demand for people is actually less than the universities are able to supply. So I think there are good indications that there are universities that are developing these courses. But besides the universities, you have got a lot of third parties doing like short courses on artificial intelligence and data science. So these are the 4 bits maybe I can highlight to show that we are on this maturity path. And Kenya is, I think, quite a leading country. I think there's still a lot to do and a lot of catching up to do, but I think we have got the zeal, the resources, and also the people to help us along this path.
Okay. A lot of what my thoughts are have already been shared, and Tim has articulated them well. So I'm glad we are having this conversation. I think that is an indicator that we are beginning to embrace this technology. For me, what is of concern is what the person who was moderating, the scholar who was moderating yesterday's panel, the second one, raised again this morning, that are we going to continue relying on solutions that are coming from the West? For instance, a lot of the owners of the platforms that we use, they are foreign. And I saw that example just recently when somebody generated code on ChatGPT, and what the output was to display a Maasai warrior in the sun, watching the sunset with some animals, just displaying the beautiful resources that are there in Africa. So when that code was visualized, yes, it displayed a very attractive image of a warrior, the attire and the lions in the background, and the sunset is always captivating. But the Maasai people who really can identify those attires, they say that this is a Zulu warrior. So if we are to get to a point where Africans can own and tell their stories, then if we can be part of owning those platforms, then I think it will be good progress. The other thing that stands out for me is the system. Our current education system, for a lot of us, including myself, I'm a beneficiary of the vision that Dr. Olokuru shared yesterday, where they started incorporating data science and AI into corporates. And so there was a vision by our CTO, Mr. Tibor Erol, by then. So I'm a beneficiary, and these are the people who have taught me about data analytics and data science to the point I can now share. Now, what if this information was being shared at the point of education, maybe when people are still children, up to the point they are in high school, up to the point they graduate, not at corporate level, when people need these skills to be able to survive in the job market. So that gentleman, the one sitting directly, yesterday we were having lunch and he was telling me one of the things he intends to do is to go around speaking to high school students and just sharing these messages so that they come out knowing that this is the norm currently, this is an information age, and they do not wait to be pushed. So just ingraining this into the system, I think will also really help us, and any effort towards that can really help. The last point is in regards to where power lies, the policymakers and stakeholders. I mean, we are enlightened, yes, we are having rich conversations, but we cannot underestimate that gap. if we are going to succeed, we need the support of the policymakers, and even if it means tagging them in such a beautiful conference, tagging them, just constantly talking about it, that this conversation cannot be ignored. I remember one of the things that we used to do when we were marketing the 4G sites along the SGR is just talk about a subject until it gets into the mind. Even if somebody had no interest, just keep on talking about a message. I think the communication people understand. So as much as we have this enlightenment, we have strategy on how to get buy-in from the people who have the muscles. Although he has more information, Dr. Olokuru mentioned a global village where people are coming together, government, academic institutions, so that they can further this agenda. So for me, those are the three that I would like to share.
Thank you for that. Now I'd like to invite Tembe and Delilah to share with us what are some of the most entertaining or creative applications of AI you've seen in your country. Tembe, we could start with you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, one of the ones that I've seen is quite entertaining is the bantering billboards, where they're using computer vision and they pick out car number plates and they identify the color of the car, and then it reads on the billboards, hey, you in the red BMW, if you're happy, clap your hands. So that's an interesting look into using computer vision in a fun way that gets people more excited about what the technology is, and maybe they become more curious about it. What do you, Rose?
Okay, I can share about a challenge that we hosted on Zindi. It's called the Sea Turtle Facial Recognition, which was done in Kenya in the coast. So this challenge is, okay, about sea turtles, which I found was a fun fact, is yes, they have their shell is like an ID for them. So it's like our fingerprint, we are all unique. So for them, the shell, that's like a unique ID to them. And the way we were able to we used facial recognition software, so that's like computer vision, to be able to identify this sea turtle. So the aim and the goal for this project, it was to first of all enable easy recognition of the sea turtle, because these animals are indicator animals. So the fun fact was they're indicator animals. So when you see them becoming extinct or dying, you are able to, it's an indicator that sea water or the place where the animal were, the sea turtle, is unsafe for the fish and the crustaceans. So when you see the sea turtles dying, that is an indicator. So that's why we need to keep them alive. And now the facial recognition software was just to ensure that there's easy recognition and we avoid the physical tags that we usually put on them. So that's like the ones we put on cows. I don't know if it's relatable, but the ones that we put on cows, it's very uncomfortable for the animals, and the facial recognition enables them to be comfortable and also identifiable. And yeah, you can at least now be able to count using AI that this is the number of sea turtles that we currently have in this month, and when you see they're decreasing, you are alerted, and the marine people are able to now take care of the seawater and ensure that they exist. And yeah, I think that was interesting.
So sorry, Alfred. I was taken by your bantering, right, billboard. Interestingly, we have something similar in Nigeria. However, it was done by the Lagos state government, and it recognizes your number plates and then checks whether your vehicle license is expired or not. So I get a text message one day after being away for some time. I got a text message and I'm like, I have a bill to pay. I followed it up and it was like, okay, it was just a notification to let me know that my license is expired. Yeah, the bill didn't come, I was able to go pay, right, for my vehicle license, and I was fine. However, a number of people usually will have to pay a bill because the delay in going to attend to it. Right.
Thank you for that. I hope the Kenyan government can also start implementing that here in the country. Yeah. So the next question, just as we round up, it will be a two-pronged question. So in a minute, you could share the application of AI in your organization, just briefly. And then you could also share the challenges that you have faced while trying to implement these solutions. So we'll start with Barbara.
Thanks, Alfred. So I see AI being used a lot. Of course, you're all aware in this room that some of the main goals in a corporate is to reduce costs and increase revenue. But I'd also like to add to that, to give customers the best experience that they can get. So AI is being employed in network, to smart network, where we have apps. Previously, it was the system was such that a customer needs to articulate, I'm not able to connect or go through, I have to climb the hill or the window, and I'm not the only one. They have to articulate in words what they're going through. But now, providing solutions in the form of AI that, even though it's still in the pipeline, can be able to detect the position of a customer and possibly use the complaints of a few customers and infer it to the remaining who have not said anything, but are likely facing the same problem in a particular area. So in smart network, and also to be able to tell that this is the utilization of maybe this site, so that it can be planned for and there can be efficiency, not at the time of maybe World Cup. That's the time people begin to struggle with congestion. So I'm basically talking about also smart CapEx to be able to help with the proper planning. Then there's something we call customer value management, CVM, and this one is pretty straightforward. I see AI being used to be able to predict the customers who are going to churn, meaning to leave, because they are unhappy, based on some of the sentiments, based on their data. For instance, somebody has had resources, airtime of 1,000 for a whole year, and they're not using it. So those kind of insights to be able to predict and target such customers, as well as survival analysis. Then I also see AI in fraud, which has been a challenge for a while now, to be able to predict and pick out outlier behavior. For instance, at the point of irregular registration, we say I'm Dr. Angeline, I am based in Strathmore, but the logs show that Dr. Angeline is maybe at the border and spends a lot of time with the cows. It does not match that kind of those kind of irregularities, as well as the people who are committing social engineering fraud on the customers. So those are still, they're still in the iterative process, they're still in the pipeline. And then probably the largest would be the global recommender, the one that uses around 2 days data, customer usage behavior, to be able to recommend to customers offers based on an infinite set. So that one already, we are seeing a conversion of 50%, but it is still based on a subset of customers. It has not been rolled out to everyone. So in brief, those are some of the practical AI in telco.
Thank you.
Sorry, you also mentioned the challenges. Yes, some of the challenges that I see is culture, it's strategy for breakfast. Yes, so getting this AI into our DNA so that everybody believes in it, because of course there's also that fear of some jobs are threatened where AI is concerned, because it's going to automate some of the things that are being done as jobs. So there is that. culture, and it might be a small thing, but I think it should be part of the conversation. Yeah, so for in short, that.
Yeah, so within ABSA, we have got quite a number of use cases for data science and artificial intelligence. So in fact, about 2 weeks ago, we had an East Africa Connected Banking Conference, and ABSA scooped two in data, one being the best chief data office and also the best use of data within East Africa in the banking region. So I can talk a lot about some of those use cases, but maybe I'll only give a highlight. So she's mentioned fraud. So that's also something quite huge within the financial industry. Being able to intelligently identify fraudulent transactions is quite key. So that's one of the biggest customers internally. The other one is that we are very interested in financial inclusion, and one of the ways that we've realized we can do this pretty well is through partnerships. And therefore, the bank is doing partnerships with other institutions so that we can drive financial inclusion, so that anybody without like a credit score with the bureau, we are able to determine in some intelligent fashion using machine learning whether we can give them access to credit, and if they do, then how much is it that we should give them. There's also a lot of pieces in terms of trying to understand our customer base through clustering and driving personalized messages through the different platforms that we have, so that we can recommend products that are relevant, we can keep them engaged, ensure that we understand their pain points through the journey. So those are some of the use cases that we have within ABSA. In terms of challenges, I think the greatest at the moment is the skills and talent piece. I think there's quite a shortage of people who are talented and skilled within machine learning and data science, and therefore it is quite difficult to kind of recruit and also retain them. So I think there are lots of other organizations that are looking for these skills, and therefore there's a huge competition for it. The other one is like data availability. So this is not like internally within our systems, but also externally. Externally, that's the one that I'm referring to. So like data that the government holds, how easily accessible is it? The bureau data, companies, registration data, tax returns data for organizations. Is this data available? So I think it's difficult, but I think that's something that we are trying to solve using the partnerships model. And also banking is quite heavily regulated, as you know, by the central bank. And therefore there are conversations that we are having with this regulator just to make sure they're aware of what we are doing, and that all the ethical considerations have been put in place. So it's really not a challenge. I think it's more of a conversation together with the different stakeholders to ensure that we are working within the regulatory framework that has been put in place. And I think Barbara has put in an important point here about the cultural and social barriers, where people might think that you're coming to replace them or to actually take their jobs up. And I think this is something as well that we have observed, and there are ways in which that we are dealing with it to ensure that everybody is comfortable with the solutions that we are developing.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to keep it brief. So for Zindi on our end, we currently have been able to develop at least 500 machine learning models to different partners. So we have been working with international bodies like the UN, AI4D has been there, part of the partners here. We have worked with corporates, such as InstaDeep. We have been able to work with also early startups such as Sendy to optimize logistics. And some of the use cases that I can just mention, I know he has mentioned a lot about the financial aspect, so I'll just highlight, we have had like competitions under fraud detection, credit scoring, and also just sentiment analysis so that we can better optimize customer service for these different banks. And also in agriculture, such as yield prediction for the 1 acre fund, crop detection. This is to be able to allocate resources for the government will be able to allocate resources for farmers where they need be. Also weed detection and crop disease detection. And we have also done for conservation and air pollution, where we have worked with Airco, which is one of the startups, to forecast using satellite images just to ensure that we are avoiding using pollutants in the environment. And also flood prediction, which we were networking yesterday, and I heard that Malawi has like a cyclone Freddy right now that has cost like 300 lives, which is also something that I think we need to continue tapping into as AI and how we can be able to be prepared for such circumstances. But we have been able to also plug in working with Malawi on that kind of solutions, and businesses optimizing logistics, as I mentioned, as Sendy, with Sendy. So those are some of the things that we have been able to work with, and maybe challenges that I can mention. For us, we mostly deal with data. So again, finding data quality data that we can be able to process and enable our communities to develop solutions. Data is a challenge. Accessibility, that is talking under accessibility, complete data, relevant data, reliable, and data that is up to date. We find that organizations like the government have data, but it's not up to date. So those are some challenges that we are facing, and also data governance. We have like Google Earth Engine, which you can be able to work with the data, but you can't download it or use it for a lot. It has a lot of limitations due to governance. So that is, again, another challenge that we have been able to see on our end. And also just limitation of storing data and just being able to save data on our end that we can be able to replicate maybe data for Africans that they can use to solve African problems. So that has been also a limitation based on data protection. So yeah, I think that's what I can mention.
Thank you for that. So because of time, for the rest of panelists, you'll only have 30 seconds to share. So just summarize in 30 seconds. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So for FASTAGA, one of the key things we've been working on is using climate models for resilience of SMEs in terms of helping them with financing. We're taking the fact that a lot of big companies have big budgets, and we are now, how can you build a platform for SMEs to also tap into AI in terms of building recommender systems for them, customer intelligence, sales leads, using generative AI for their customer retention. On the side of creating data sets, we've been working, we had a small project with Google and with the International Skin Imaging Consortium in creating diversity within the skin images. Kenya is perfect for that because we have a lot of different skin tones. There's a huge challenge in that, so we're developing space within that particular area. Some of the challenges is we found that in terms of investment into this sector in Africa, most of the money is from development agencies and it's mostly going into non-profits. Unfortunately, we haven't been like OpenAI to now be a development focused company and then eventually become for profit. Lack of understanding among investors. We've been told multiple times that AI is not investable on the continent until we recently started raising funds from outside the continent. So that's a big challenge for us. And of course, getting more funding for creating of the data sets. So that's it from me.
Our use case is an agriculture use case, so we've been building a localized early warning system for smallholder farmers. We are basically monitoring maize, rice, and soy, as well as beans. And our AI basically predicts yields for these farmers, but also instances of crop failure. And in the coming year, we are building a recommender system that uses the data that we've been collecting from the farms that we're working with to provide precise insights on what to do at any given moment in the planting cycle. So yeah, that's the big idea of our use case. And in terms of challenges, we are struggling to get accurate weather data to include in our models because our AI is hyper-localized, like we build for the ward level. Most of the weather is either at a sub-county or at a county level, so it's really difficult to get weather data that is localized that you can include in our models. The other thing would be annotation. Without creating a sweatshop in-house, it's quite difficult to annotate data fast enough to include into the models that we've been building, but our contribution back to the AI ecosystem is that the data that we've been collecting, we are going to open source it, so it will be open data that anyone can also use in their data, in their AI context.
All right, 30 seconds. I think I would like to talk about the funding. We have a lot of startups that are funded by foreign institutions, not funding from within Africa. And I think that's very key for us to build solutions that are targeted to our institution in Africa. It has to be funded, right, by Africans, right? And so we need governments to be able to see that need. I know there are a number of countries with, say, national research funds, and so very important. When it comes to funding also, I know it's usually targeted at academic institutions, right? However, we'll see that a lot of these players are actually from private organizations, right? And so there is need to also look in that direction and see how there can be collaboration, right, between the academic, right? We still need to build algorithms that are very specific to Africa, that are very resource efficient, right? Because we say we don't have resources, right? And I know we can actually do a lot in that. So yeah, a lot has been said about data. It's very key, but then we need to look at it from those other angles. Thank you.
Yeah, so because of time, I think we can only take one or two burning questions. So does anyone have a question? Yeah, I think we'll take these two. And then for the other questions, I think we can interact with the panelists during the break. As we're taking the questions, Tembe, I think you have a client from Leoneda. She said she has a problem with annotation. So.
Allow me to interrupt just for a few seconds. Please allow me to ask one question on behalf of our online audience. Okay, but we can follow the cycle that started first.
Hello everyone, my name is Audrey Ashleen and I'm from Zimbabwe. So my question is directed to Rose Delilah. Okay, so it's on access and integration as well as inclusion. I realized that you are running hackathons for young people so that they can be engaged practically in AI by building projects that can actually help solve the 14 GCs and GOs of Africa. So I really feel like young people in the global south are not being directly included. So I wanted to ask, do you run some other projects that can actually help include young people in the global south? Although I heard you mentioned Malawi, I just got excited, and maybe you could try to explain more if you can come with the projects global south. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. So yes, we are trying to include each and every area around Africa that's north, south, east, and west. And we do a lot of projects within the different sides, but mostly I think the one that we can target when you're talking about the young youth is we have like ambassador programs for different communities. So here we fund the ambassadors, we help them in sourcing for expert for events within the organizations or within their countries and also across Africa and abroad, just to get more context about data science and upskilling. And also we try to reach out to different organizations across different parts of maybe South Africa, Zimbabwe, just trying to get partnerships so that we can get data that we can be able to source it to the data scientists in your country to work on. And I can even mention we have like an ambassador called Robert in Zimbabwe, and he has been doing a lot of things, and he has like run hackathon. He has even gone to Eswatini right now, and he's currently collaborating with the university in Eswatini to ensure that we have those skills readily available for data scientists for this Umoja hack. And we are seeing a lot of progression. We are trying our best to, and I think this is going across the different companies that are here. If you know a company that is in either South Africa, North Africa, we are really trying our best to be able to bring in data that we can have on our platform to engage the youth who are able to solve problems for your different countries or for the individual countries. And yeah, the data problem is still there, and we are trying to get this collaboration. So if you're able to help, please reach out to Zindi and we can be able to work around that. But we are thinking about the South. We have amazing ambassadors in the South. And I think you can also reach out and be part of our ambassador group, and we can equip you the skills to build your community, and then we can engage in how we can bring about data sets to bring inclusion. But we are definitely having you guys there. Yeah, thanks.
We can take the question from the online audience, I think.
So we have two questions from the online audience. They both relate to the same thing though. So there's a question from Martin Bayer. He says, building on Barbara's comment on the importance of engaging policymakers, is it possible for each panelist to make one specific policy to the AU and their country president, and to ask them to make this with respect to their closing remarks as well? Then Paul says, is there a way to get the outcome of this conference back to the AU so as to keep all African countries on the same pedestal? In line with that, he also notes that if the panelists could make a brief comment with respect to the use of AI and how it would not lead to downsizing of workers in their workplaces.
I think we can quickly take that. You can take either of the questions in about 20 seconds, if you can, or 30 seconds. Who wants to go first?
I can.
So, do I repeat the questions? So I think the first one was around policy. If you are to come up with a policy and you're addressing the leaders of the country, what would that be? And then I think the other one was around closing remarks, just a general comment to the audience, which you are already going to do. Yeah.
Yeah, I can start. I'll do it in 10 seconds. When she was reading it, she said something to do with advising the country's presidents and the AU. I don't claim to be doing that right now. But I think one policy that maybe we can, the continent can have a discussion about is really around the data availability, having like a shared privacy and regulations framework, and probably initiatives for sharing open data and agreements that help like cross-border data sharing. I think that would go a long way, including the digitization of all the government data assets. I think that would be my advice.
Nick?
Oh, okay, so mine may be a bit controversial, but I'd say stop copying Brussels. So stop copying the EU in all these data protection laws, because to be honest, I think, in currently the AI sort of supremacy battles, right? You have the US, China, Europe has been left behind a lot, and so they're usually coming up with a lot of laws to restrict a lot of the use of their data. And we keep copying these laws without really thinking about how to build up our own industries. So they've become really, really restrictive on our own use of our own data. So I think the laws here need to be less of the Brussels effect of just closing off competition from other parts, and really thinking about indigenous ways of coming up with laws that will build our own industries, our own startups. Because we've already been talking about the fact that a lot of the companies that actually are owning our data, because we're using their platforms, are not indigenous like in Africa. So we really need to have policies that open up for local startups and local companies to use our data, of course protecting data, but allow us to use the data to build the solutions and also to protect the startups which are here.
I think building on Mutembe's point, I would probably suggest policies that promote digital rights of grassroots communities. By this I mean that a lot of AIs are built on collecting data about people, about places, about resources that exist in communities, but rarely do the effects of that data come back to, to empower these communities as their own resources. So it's a very extractive process. So if, as part of even thinking about privacy, but even on the other side, how do we ensure that if you're collecting data from a community, that the output, that model is very inclusive and not extractive for that community. It empowers them, but at the same time, if you want to opt out, you can opt out as a community member.
All right, let me just make a quick comment on, losing jobs, AI. There are pros and cons, right? However, in my opinion, it's not going to be an abrupt, instantaneous thing. And so it means that people will have to think of how to reskill, right, so that we can take advantage of this AI. While some jobs will seem to go, in quotes, there are a lot other opportunities that will come up, right, using AI. Thank you.
I would also like to touch on the point that was mentioned about job opportunities. I feel like AI is currently coming up and it's not going to go anywhere. And I think we need to also acknowledge that and also try to see how we can adapt and integrate what we are currently doing with artificial intelligence. I see lawyers are still doing law and they are getting into ethical AI. That's how you can integrate the two. Maybe you are, there are different use cases that you can use to integrate AI, and even the use of ChatGPT, you can be able to still do your job. I think creators are also getting scared. ChatGPT is doing work better than them, but then there's the humanity side of it, there's the empathy side of it, there's the side of, I don't think it's that humorous, like humanity, like they don't have those cracking jokes that, make people happy. So you can try to just tweak it and implement it and just adapt to it. And just closing remarks is, for the many conferences that have gone, I think we mostly talk around all these amazing things, and then maybe when you get outside, all of them evaporate. So I'm just urging for us to try and see how we can be able to implement these things. For me as a data scientist, I'm I have to think about inclusion. I have to think about ethical AI right now. So I'm just posing a question, what are you going to do after this? And just continue supporting these organizations that are developing or they're trying to make AI for Africans, or just develop data for Africans to solve problems for Africa, because at the end of the day, we have to solve our own problems because our data is kind of different from the ones abroad, so we need to develop solutions for ourselves. Yes, so thank you.
Okay. For me, it's to do with the infrastructure, because, for instance, when it comes to connectivity, it relies on the devices, the capability of the device that somebody has, as well as maybe internet availability. So for AI, if there is an opportunity to be able to enable and empower more Kenyans with that ability, then we are definitely going places. Yesterday, Internet of Things came up, where we are talking about smart homes, being able to control devices from your mobile device. But these things, it comes back to it stems from the infrastructure. So if we can be able to empower, give more Kenyans that ability, then I think we'll harness more even intellectually, in terms of creativity, from more, and this conversation will remain alive. Then the last thing for me, Alfred, is still, what does it take to get the attention and the ears of the people who can help to drive this agenda? If so far maybe the conversation is yielding this amount of yields, do we need to target them? Even if we are looking at a meeting in September, we start in January and speak the language that they understand. Meaning, the language for most people is what's in it for me. They look at their immediate goals and objectives. Maybe county, we are targeting to raise revenue. So when we approach them with agricultural solutions, we coin it around how will they achieve what they need to achieve, if that's what it takes. But as much as it depends on us to continue to secure buy-in around this topic so that we can be able to move forward as a whole. And maybe my challenge to everybody in the room today, we are here because we are enlightened. We know one or two things about where this is going. So light the candle. Maybe just let's hold ourselves accountable in terms of what can we do in our small spaces to just keep share on the importance of this conversation and sell it so that the next generation it doesn't get lost with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you can have a round of applause for the panelists. It was a very good discussion. I think from my end, I would urge everyone to be very intentional and proactive with the conversation around AI. Don't just talk, start doing, start building, and share with everyone. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for our panelists, please. Thank you so much for driving the conversation on implementation and moving from general theory and practice to actual practical application of responsible AI and other aspects of AI and how we all interact with it. Thank you so much for that. So we will be moving to our next session, which is of course filling our bellies with warm things and nice things. So as we prepare to do that, just a small disclaimer. Today is Friday, so if you're expecting your bitings to have meat in it, it will not have meat in it. Yes, if you know, you know. If you don't, well, ask your neighbor who seems to have knowledge of it. They'll tell you why your bitings might lack meat today. Other than that, as you exit for your breakfast, which is for your tea break rather, which is at the same spot that it was yesterday, just right behind, you'll see the lovely white tent that has been beautifully decorated for you. As you exit, please remember to interact with the research posters by Ashlyn and Rutendo. They're right at the door on my side, it's to my right, so as you exit, it should be to your left. Please remember to interact with that, just get to know what they're doing, ask questions if you have any, and yeah, get to know what the people in the room are doing as well. So we will be back at 11:20 after the tea break. Like I said, it's going to be a short day, so there's really not much to, tussle about. But as you go outside, please also remember your bees. And in some areas of the world, it's spring. So continue buzzing, connecting. I'm still going to ask you,
who you interacted with and who you connected with, and how they're going to help you in furthering this conversation on AI. So with that, you're welcome to your tea break, and we shall be back at exactly 11:20. If not, I'll come and pick you up and just remind you that we need to get going. So yeah, thank you so much for being attentive also for the first session of the day. Hello. Welcome back. I'm noticing a bit of laxity in coming back for this session, so I'm going to assume the bitings, the juices, and the tea were amazing. But again, I'll remind you it's a really short day, so once we wrap up with this session and the other session, we can resume the eatings, the bitings, the reconnecting, and everything else. So just to ask those who are still outside to please come in so we could settle in as we prepare to start the last 2 sessions for the day. And as you're settling in, just to confirm that those who will be presenting their research papers, which is the next presentations, that you're ready, that you've liaised with tech as well. Lovely. Also to recognize our online audience who are also very much alive and well. The online moderator tells me to do a special shout out to Martin and Paul, who have been the most interactive and active since yesterday. So this is us waving at you and saying thank you for your presence and for being very interactive and chatty. And for the questions and the comments as well. You could wave at them, by the way. I'm sure the camera will be able to capture that. So feel free to wave at your online audience, and I'm sure they'll wave back via emoji. I'm not seeing people waving. Can they see us? Online audience. Can you see us waving at you? All right, so I think most of us have settled down. Those of us who have not, I would ask you to do that promptly. Okay, so for the next part of this session and this conference, we'll be having research paper presentations, which are as a result of a call for papers that CIPIT did late last year, to be able to help us contextualize the themes for this conference. So we will be hearing from 4 researchers who have all captured aspects of AI within the different themes. And we are hoping that you'll give them your ear, you'll be as interactive, and that we'll learn something new, because at the end of the day, this is also a knowledge sharing session. And I promise it wouldn't be as technical as you would assume it to be, so. So order of presentations for today, we will have the first research paper presentations by Joy Wanjiku and Tarya Hauma. Then we will have the second paper presentation by Nguvu Kamando, Edith Mtweve, and Edson Stanley. The third paper presentation will be by Edgar Odongo Ochieng, and the fourth paper presentation will be by Eric Ochieng Otieno. Surprisingly, the third and the fourth speakers, your names are EOO. So it's, I feel like I'm about to make a mistake just pronouncing both of them. Okay, so without further ado, allow me to introduce and welcome the first research paper presentations. So allow me to welcome Joy Wanjiku and Tarya Hauma. The title of their research paper is How Can We Regulate Artificial Intelligence in Africa in the Face of the Fourth Industrial Revolution? So welcome, Joy and Tarya. Round of applause, please. So just as a further introduction, Joy Wanjiku is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya with 1 year post-qualification experience and commercial employment and IPT associate at DLA Piper Africa, Kenya, which is also IKM advocates. Tarya Hauma is also an advocate of the High Court of Kenya with 2 years post-qualification experience and a commercial advocate associate at MNO Associates, LLP. So they are both friends of the bar, so welcome.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I am highly grateful to be here. The discussion this morning from the opening remarks by Dr. Catherine Ture, as well as the panel, really set the stage for our paper, which is titled, How Can We Regulate Artificial Intelligence in Africa in the Face of the Fourth Industrial Revolution? So AI, in our view, is a key driver of the fourth industrial revolution, which we defined as a technological shift that is enhancing breakthrough innovations and inventions across economies all over the globe. So some other technologies which we are all familiar with are robotics, the Internet of Things, 5G technology, 3D printing. So there's a vast AI ecosystem in Africa, which can be seen through the use of AI in various sectors. I don't know if my slides have been queued up anyway. So from the discussion from the first panel, it was nice to hear Dr. Oladipupo mention the whole use of the AI to recognize number plates and send bills to people. Mutembe mentioned the banners, which they see your car, then hear you in the red car. But it's not just that. We've seen, at least when in our research, we came across AI being used in promoting some of the sustainable development goals, some of which we looked at were the increase in the quality of education. We came across platforms such as Mshule, which is AI and SMS sort of network platform that helps organizations deliver learning evaluation, activation, and data tools across East Africa. There's Mtabe, which is a Tanzanian one, that uses AI and SMS technology to deliver learning content to students who can't afford textbooks and don't have internet access. There's Gradely, which is a personalized learning platform from Nigeria that empowers educators and parents to make a difference in their wards' learning outcomes. Another SDG that we looked at was clean water and sanitation. So we came across HPO AI system deployment for high-performance Kampala drinking water system. This is in Uganda. There's also affordable energy. So why should we regulate AI? We are very aware that AI is being used by both state and non-state actors as a tool for surveillance, mass surveillance, which of course brings in a lot of privacy concerns. There's also discrimination in terms of gender, in terms of race, where the input or the data inputted in the AI could be discriminatory, let's say, to women, to Black people. So it is important for regulations and policies to be put in place to nurture the responsible use of AI. And these regulations and policies should be premised on ethical, transparent, and accountable use of AI. So the structure of our paper was, we started by looking at the current regulatory status of AI in Africa, the different approaches that are taken to regulating AI, that being the rights-based versus the risk-based approach to regulation, whether a collaborative approach can work, and challenges that are faced in AI regulation, as well as recommendations for these challenges. So I will take you through the current status of AI regulation in Africa, which we divided in terms of regional initiatives and national initiatives. So at a regional level, we have the Sharm el-Sheikh Declaration of 2019, in which African states were encouraged to establish a working group on AI to study, among other things, creation of a common stance in Africa on AI. So at the point of our research, which was in December 2022, the working group, the African Union Working Group on AI, has so far met twice. They've come up with a sort of white paper, which is not publicly available yet. Then there's the Digital Transformation Strategy for Africa, which Dr. Catherine Ture mentioned. So in this strategy, the African Union recommended the promotion of policies and regulations that address emerging technologies, which include AI, with regard to how best to protect the African citizens, ensure fair markets, and enforce regulations which allow these new technologies, including AI, as well as businesses, to thrive. Then from the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, we have Resolution 473, in which state parties were called upon to work towards a common or a comprehensive legal and ethical governance framework for emerging technologies such as AI and robotics. So the AU and other regional bodies in Africa were also called upon to put in their agenda the rapid rise of these technologies and address them through a regional, or work towards developing a regional regulatory framework. Then we'll move to national initiatives. So what's key to note is, despite this call from regional bodies such as the African Union and the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to regulate or to push for regulation towards AI, there's currently no African country that has legislation that exclusively addresses AI. So what we came across is there's data protection legislation in place. At the moment, there's about 33 countries in Africa that have legislation or data protection acts, if I can call it that. For most of us being from Kenya, you're aware the act was enacted in 2019. One of the things it regulates is the automated processing of personal data. And that's the same case with South Africa and other countries. And then for other countries now, what we've seen is they're putting in place, which has been discussed a bit today, national AI strategies. So we looked at Egypt, which developed its strategy, its national AI strategy in 2021. This strategy has 4 pillars, and one of the enablers of the 4 pillars is governance, which includes laws and regulations. So it establishes a national council for AI, and one of the responsibilities of this council is to recommend national policies and plans pertaining to a legal framework for AI regulation. And then there's Mauritius, which was actually the first country in Africa to put in place a national AI strategy. This was in 2018. It was developed by their working group on AI. One of the things which they discussed was there is need for a regulatory framework to enable the development of AI in Mauritius. So the strategy also states that existing legislation needs to be amended or reviewed to properly address AI, because it's an emerging technology, things are developing, there's a lot that needs to change. And then other countries that we came across, there's Rwanda, Tunisia, and Ghana, which are working in collaboration with the Future Society to develop their national AI strategies. I'll hand over to my colleague, Taria, to take you through the risk-based versus the rights-based approach to regulation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I know the tea was nice and the samosas are nice as well. Thank you so much, Joy, for that amazing and really, really amazing summary of our current regulatory framework on AI. Our paper also moved on to the section of the different approaches that have been taken on AI regulation. I will be covering the rights-based approach and the risk-based approach. The first approach is the rights-based approach. Yes. We all know that the African Union and our continent as a whole, most of our frameworks and norms are basically or mostly premised in the rights of individuals. This approach constitutes a framework that integrates the protection and respect of human rights. It has the following principles: transparency, legality, accountability, equality, non-discrimination, and public participation. On transparency, this means that we need to have AI systems that are explainable, meaning that for us to use these systems, we need to know what the input is and the output is. On legality, all the AI systems should, in a way, protect and ensure that they do not infringe on human rights. On equality and non-discrimination, we all know how currently AI has a certain bias to black people. I'm not saying that it's not biased to white people as well, but there's a kind of bias to black people. Therefore, AI on equality and non-discrimination should be inclusive and accessible to all communities, even in the grassroots communities. And lastly, on public participation, we need to ensure that we give a voice to all the communities to participate in the regulation of AI. This means that we include them through every single stage of regulation. We have listed a few examples on how AI is currently infringing on the rights. Right to privacy, we have facial recognition and surveillance. On unfairness and discrimination, we have racial profiling and bias. On freedom of expression and association, we have censorship in countries like China, yes, mostly in the Middle East. Moving on to the next type of approach, which is a risk-based approach. This approach is currently enshrined in the proposed European Union AI Act, which was currently adopted in December, but it is still under deliberation under the European Union. How the approach works is that AI systems are currently classified according to the risk that they cause. So we have an acceptable risk, high risk, minimal risk, and low risk. So starting with the low risk, this is AI that is allowed with no obligation. More or less, I can say smart TVs or Internet of Things, but smart TVs are allowed if they don't contain or collect personal data. Moving on to minimal risk, this is AI that is allowed with transparency. Examples include deepfakes, chatbots, biometric categorization. Moving on to high risk, we have AI that is allowed with assessment. This assessment is subjected to conformity assessment, which includes having human oversight. Thank you, timekeeper. Thank you, timekeeper. This includes having human oversight in the process of AI, so that in case something happens, someone is there to interfere and stop the AI. And we have an acceptable risk, which is clearly prohibited. We have examples of social scoring AI systems, manipulation of human behavior, and mass surveillance. Moving on to the next slide. Yes, 1 minute. So in the long run, can a collaborative approach work for AI regulation in Africa? As Joy had mentioned, in Africa there's no current regulations, it's strategies and frameworks that have been put across in the different countries. What our paper puts across is, yes, a collaborative approach can work because it ensures the transparency of AI while having accountability mechanisms and also making sure that the bottom line impact is the rights of individuals, yes. And to conclude, a quote from the European Commission: regulating AI is necessary, not only to ensure that it is safe and reliable, but to also protect human rights and ensure accountability and promote public trust in AI systems. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much for the presentation on the first paper. I hope, if you have, in the event that you have any questions or comments for the presenters, you could just keep them until we conclude all paper presentations, and then you'll be able to ask whatever questions you have. So allow me to introduce the second paper presentation. So the second paper presentation will be by Edith Treve and Edson Stanley. You're welcome. The title of the paper is The Role of Data in AI Innovation and Research. Welcome. So for brief introductory purposes, Edith is an ICT and telecoms lawyer in Tanzania and currently works as an expert legal consultant with Victory Attorney and Consultants.
And Edson Stanley. He's a software developer, an AI expert, and currently works with Digital Trust Tanzania, DOT, as a team lead for Digital Businesses program. So welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. So as introduced, we co-wrote this paper, 3 people, me, myself, Amin, and Edson, and another person, Guvu Kamando, who unfortunately couldn't make it for the presentation. So our presentation will be kind of interactive, and we'll be presenting different points simultaneously. So I welcome my colleague Edson to start with the introductory part.
Yes, so good morning, everyone. Is it still morning? Yeah, so I'm very happy to be in Kenya. So first of all, I'd like to remember the closing remark from Florence yesterday when she mentioned that when you mention AI, it's an exciting topic. Everybody always gets excited when you talk about AI. And especially most of the people have even given it, you know, they're trying to even picture it. So there are places where you find AI is, maybe it's color. Do you know the color of AI? Yeah, so there's a color. So they say it's blue. If you go in, the image is very blue. Some people have given it even some images, you know, the brain with some dots and the skeletonic robot with a plastic face. So if you go in the internet, that's the AI, we see the cool one. But it gets harder when you start going into the linear regressions and probabilities and graded redescents, then it's less attractive in that angle. So probably in this paper, what we did, we wanted to look at AI, where it came from, and we had a good panel in the morning that touched on that. So we know in 1956, John McCarthy did give this name at the conference, and actually defined it as a theory, but also these systems that try to make computers smart. But I always love another definition that I also heard yesterday from the panel, which says anything that mimics human behavior, then that might be AI. And AI is just an umbrella term. It's you know, when you talk about AI is an umbrella term. It just composes many things like machine learning. We know machine learning with classifications and regressions. We talk about deep learning, natural language processing, which you have read about, understanding and prediction about it. We've read about even deepfakes is one of the parts of this part. So AI is in that angle. And in 1980s, we are trying to look at the growth of this AI. In 1980s, we see it was called an expert system. It wasn't this one that we know nowadays. And it actually was handwritten. And we see in 1995s, it was called an intelligent assistant. And that's when machine learning, it was machine learned. And our key area was data in that area. And now in 2022, what we are focusing on is something we call an objective function. So it's not, yeah, we have data, we have algorithms, but what are we trying to optimize? So that's where we are in the objective functioning. So why now? Why now for Africa? And why should we consider data? We have seen the story of computation power. We have talked about the GPU yesterday. The computational power is something that's very, very important. We have seen the power of the cloud, where you can interact with GPUs. We have seen the platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, and software as a service as tools that you can go in and play around and build your own models and data alongside that. So that's one of the reasons why it should be now for Africa. But also, we have seen the rise of communities, likes of Zindi. I've been happy to hear about Zindi. We need these communities, so the rise of communities is also available. So I think it's the right time to start talking about AI. So that's one of the things that we are looking at in Tanzania. In a special case, our government is also now focusing, its major focus in that area. And we are seeing also we have established the e-government where we have also assigned the COSTECH, the Commission for Science and Technology, and ICT Commission to also look into establishing centers that can work on that area. So I'd go to this concept here about data. So our title is The Role of Data in AI Innovation and Research. And why should we talk about data? It has been long said that about we need, in order for an AI to operate, we need to have a large amount of data. That's how it has been. You know, you need to have a large pool of data for an AI to work. But is it? You know, is it the only way out of this? If you try to look at Africa's perspective, the African lens, we have very few use cases in terms of the real-time use cases that we can go around, but also the data that we have for those use cases is very minimal. So I was very happy in the panel to hear about agriculture with a recommender tool. So probably they could attest on the data sets and how they're working around that area. So data is very important. It's a very significant area. And for AI to work, we don't need, it's the right time to majorly focus on the, not on the models, but the data itself. So I think I would stop there for now and welcome my colleague. Then I'll jump into the other areas as we go.
So in terms of our research on data as a tool for AI innovation and research, we came up with a little summary through, via a certain diagram that we made, how data influences AI innovation and research, and in turn how AI innovation and research also influences the quality of data collection and analysis. So it's some sort of a reciprocity. I'm sorry, it's not this diagram, it's the first diagram. The fifth slide, yes. So you can see that data enhances AI innovation and research, and in turn, AI innovation and research also enhances the quality of data collection and analysis. And throughout these processes, we have to have legal safeguards and governance which monitor and govern this whole process. And as previous speakers have spoken about regulation of AI and data protection in the African context, in the global context, the same applies to this diagram. We have to have safeguards that govern how data enhances AI innovation and research, and how the same AI innovation research enhances data. But it's not just a question about just having an umbrella regulation and having certain things that have been commonly discussed, such as ethics being discussed. There are so many other aspects that need to be considered through this process in order for there to be, for this process to be effective and efficient. So things such as data-related rights, which have been extensively discussed, have to be considered, and we have regulatory frameworks already in place. So I'll speak about the case of Tanzania. Tanzania, we've just recently adopted a law on data protection. Previously, we didn't have it. And in terms of artificial intelligence in Tanzania, we still do not have a law that regulates that, but we have various frameworks. For example, the Ministry of Health this February has devised a framework on AI governance in terms of the health sector, but we do not have an extensive framework that covers all areas. And other issues that should be considered when it comes to this process, whereby data affects AI innovation, and in turn, as I have previously spoken, they influence each other in reciprocity. There are issues to do with intellectual property rights. So I'll give you a simple case of the Hoodia plant case. It's for people who are well vested in intellectual property, they could know this particular case. So the Hoodia plant case was a case on basis of traditional knowledge from the San people in the southern part of Africa, residing in Namibia, Botswana, South Africa, and areas around that. So people did research on these people and obtained data in terms of how this Hoodia plant benefits the San people, because the San people could consume the Hoodia plant, and the Hoodia plant could suppress their appetite, so they could go for days, 3 days, without eating or drinking water. So extensive research was done on the San people on how the Hoodia plant does this. And in turn, after the research was done, conclusion came about that this particular plant, the Hoodia plant, had this effect. And as such, from the research, the findings were patented. When the findings were patented, they were sold to Pfizer. They were sold to many companies, but ultimately to Pfizer. If you've heard, Pfizer was making COVID-19 vaccinations and stuff. So in turn, this was sold to Pfizer. So that raises a question with regard to this process, that these people went and collected personal data from the Sun people, right? And then they made the research, data influences research and innovation, right? And then again, they came up with this drug. But what about the intellectual property coming from the traditional knowledge of the Sun people? So in turn, the Sun people claimed some of their rights through their community to get a stake from that patented drug. So there are so many questions around this process, how AI is influenced by data and how data influences AI innovation. So many questions around that. As I've spoken, the example of the Sun people, intellectual property in form of traditional knowledge. And there are so many intellectual property forms that can be affected throughout this process. So we need to have great governance in order to secure all these rights, but also to have some sort of balance, not to affect the progression of technology in itself. But also in Tanzania, we have a problem because we have Tanzania mainland and then we have Zanzibar. So we also have a question of Zanzibar. How do you regulate AI? How do you regulate the process in terms of data protection and AI regulation in Tanzania mainland and Zanzibar? We understand that Zanzibar is a country in itself, not a state, but a country that has its own laws, has its own president, has its own attorney general. So when we go back to the articles of the union to check if AI can be regulated in both Tanzania mainland and Zanzibar, it still remains, it's not conclusive. We cannot really have a decisive response to that. For example, the Data Protection Act right now in Tanzania covers both Tanzania mainland and Zanzibar. But when it comes to issues of data, not all areas are union matters. So it becomes a bit tricky for us in Tanzania. And so we need to have thorough researches and thorough dialogues in order to be able to regulate the question of Zanzibar, as well as harmonize the laws, as previously spoken by other speakers, the laws in the African context. Because in East Africa, Kenya has its law, Uganda, Tanzania, and other countries as well. How do we harmonize so that these processes can be smoothly done? Because there's an issue of cross-border transfer of data. When it comes to AI, that is also something that we should take into consideration. So how do we harmonize in turn to have an effective system in itself? My colleague will proceed.
Yeah, so I'll move very, very fast. Maybe to the next diagram. So probably when you talk about AI, you talk about a model and data. And most of the time, I've been preaching about machine learning engineers. And we've been focusing on building models. But what hinders actually AI developers here, especially for Tanzania as a use case, but might be also for Africa, open source communities where Africans can tap in to get data. But also we have the internet connectivity challenge that's been explained very well in the morning. We still have a very low usage gap, as well as the expensive devices and the bundles. But also the cloud knowledge is also still a problem for talent. Okay, I'll jump the subject matter and go to the AI education, where the curriculums are not curated in a way that could prepare these people to meet with the model generations. But my focus, as fast as I can go, is on data. So in order for Africa to, on my perspective and our data, in order for Africa to go faster in AI, we need to focus on data. And data, we need to go with the data-centric AI model, where we shouldn't focus with larger data sets, but we should go with smaller data sets. But what we should do, the trick should be focusing on subject matter experts. So for example, I'll go directly to the other diagram because of time. So there's this real-time use case, that's a crop recommendation tool. To the diagram, please. And then I'll explain that there. So the crop recommendation tool, for Tanzania, we spend a lot of money to import fertilizers. That can be used for agriculture. It might be the same for Kenya. But also, how do we make these farmers utilize AI? So the idea is we should go with a technology called TinyML, which is the intersection of machine learning and embedded systems, where you try to use low-powered devices, like edge devices, to make sure that you can also help these farmers to move as fast as they can. So in this diagram, you can see, let me see if, can you go to the next diagram? Oops, okay, thank you. So on that top diagram, those round, so you see like we go to those farms that are performing well in agriculture, in their remote areas, and then you insert sensors which can collect the NPK values, the nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassiums. Then that's uploaded to the repository. And through the repository, then you can learn and get suggestions from it. And then you can return this data and the recommendations back to the farmer. And the farmer can, in turn, use that farm without using fertilizers, but get the perfect crop. So now in the world, we have the rise of vertical platforms where you don't need to build models. I think you've seen that. So now it's a matter of how, as Africans, do we also focus on building our own vertical platforms and programs. So it's an example of a vertical program called Newton.ai. This is for TinyML. So you take the data that you get from the farm, then you put it there after doing the EDA, the exploratory data analysis. Then once it's in that platform, you have your training data, you have your validation data, and you set out your testing data. Then once it's in that program, you give it a target variable that's more jargonish, but then it creates for you a model that might be like in less than 2 hours. Then you take this model, which will be as a size like of 1.4 KB, which is very small for a low power device. So you can take this code and return it back into a small device, and then you can enable that small device to be able to perform decisions. So this is one of the tools that you can go and look at, but this actually shows that we need to majorly focus on AI, but also to continue for helping talent and AI developers to ensure that they can also grow. I think our time is up. Maybe my friend might round up.
Yeah, our time is up, so we'll just briefly elaborate the current situation in Tanzania. As my colleague has spoken, that the government is trying its level best to progress the pace of AI progression in Tanzania through various initiatives, through various institutions such as COSTECH and the ICT Commission. But still, are we there yet? Are we moving in as far as the pace of AI is moving globally? Are we going with the pace? But also we have various challenges in terms of the progression of AI and research and innovation in Tanzania. Recently we had a study which said that, showed that in terms of the East African community, some of the countries were opposed to AI innovation. For example, in Tanzania, it's 62% were opposed to AI innovation, 57 in Kenya and Uganda respectively. So we can see we need to change the mindset, not only the legal regulatory institutional frameworks, but also the mindset of the people as the users. And also, yes, to harmonize. But also in Tanzania, we have a lot of legal regulatory requirements that require several licensing rounds, several institutions to pay regulatory fees and compliance fees which is something that stagnates the pace of AI innovation, and it discourages research around that area. So the way forward in terms of our research is for the government to do away with the bureaucracies, to centralize AI and data protection governance so that it can be quite an easy job for startups and other investors to be able to comply with the legal regulatory requirements in Tanzania. So just conclusively in our last slide, taking consideration of the time, therefore data, AI innovation and search are three factors which reciprocally affect the outcome of one another. In a balanced tech ecosystem, the three can be utilized to foster significant technological advancement. That is if we maintain the equilibrium of both the three variables. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much for that paper presentation. And of course, again, another thank you to the first paper presenters for giving us the interlink between what we have in terms of policies and what exists, and to the second paper presenters for clearly elaborating how AI innovation affects other disciplines with respect to health, agriculture, and also how it interlinks with intellectual property in certain aspects. So allow me to introduce and welcome
the third paper presenter, Edgar Odongo Ocheng. Are you around? Oh, lovely. The title of his paper is Towards Ethical AI, Perspectives for Kenya and Africa. So Edgar is a recent graduate of the University of Nairobi, having graduated with a Bachelor of Laws degree, first class honors and top of his class. Pause for applause. He's a very enthusiastic researcher on matters of AI, tech, and their interplay with the law. So Edgar, welcome.
Thank you to the organizing partners of this one-of-a-kind and first-of-its-kind conference in Africa, fellow panelists and speakers, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. I think it's already afternoon. As introduced, my name is Edgar Odongo. I take this earliest opportunity, first of all, to extend my profuse gratitude to the organizers of the conference for affording me the opportunity to weigh in this discourse. A discourse which, if Victor Hugo was here today, he would readily certify as an idea whose time has come. And listening to the panelists today and the speakers that have come before me, I must confess that I am immensely enlightened by the presentations, and it is therefore a rare privilege for me to weigh in and add my knowledge from there. As already confessed, I'm coming from a legal background, and therefore I was looking at this discourse from a legal lens. Therefore, I'm already biased in terms of my perspectives. It's so ironical that one of the issues that I'm going to look at is embedded bias. So my perspectives will be largely influenced from that angle. So the title of the presentation is Towards Ethical AI, Perspectives for Kenya and Africa. And from the keynote address in the morning, it was sufficiently established that AI indeed is a double-edged sword. In as much as it is transforming our way of things, it also possesses the ability to compound inequalities and to intensify some of the already existing risks. So this, therefore, in my view, makes the discourse on ethical AI to be very important. With that said, next slide, please. The outline of the paper, largely I looked at the AI revolution, the fact that AI is indeed making inroads, and that has already been established today and yesterday. Then, having appreciated that AI revolution, then I moved forward to the imperative for ethical AI. Why then should we have the discourse on that? Then afterwards, the bulk of the paper actually is, I was trying to kind of distill some of the principles of ethical AI. How do you describe AI that is ethical? And then lastly, beyond principles, I make a case that, yes, these are principles, they are guiding, but the call that has been made here today, and I rally behind that call, is that we should move beyond the principles and take concrete steps. And I did a comparative assessment with lessons from Singapore. I know in the debate in the morning, one of the panelists really admonished us to avoid borrowing from Brussels, but I make a case that benchmarking is a good idea, so long as we can be able to fit them to our circumstances. So I make that caveat even before I move there.
Next slide, please. Yes, so as already been established by the previous presentations, there's no gainsaying that there is the AI revolution, and it is having a wide-reaching influence on all sectors of human life. The ABSA man rightly noted that there is that task force from the Kenyan government, the Distributed Ledger Technology and AI Task Force. Therefore, we are seeing that even states are taking note of this emerging technology. And if you look at that report, AI was identified as a crucial tool for strengthening governance, even from that angle. We also have the digital economy blueprint, which also identifies AI as an important enabler for Kenya's quest to leapfrog and leverage on the digital economy. So we are seeing that indeed there is this revolution, there is this technology, and it's changing our view, our perceptions. And even institutions, various corporates are appreciating the potential of AI. As at the time I was doing the research, I think it was not long before Equity Bank introduced its Equity Virtual Assistant to enable ease of banking and through social media. So we are seeing that financial institutions are increasingly adopting AI. Stanbic also, not long ago, I think in 2020, it partnered with Sunbird to launch an AI platform, an AI-enabled platform for its trade document processing. So that has been established that we are in this revolution. Next slide, please. However, thank you, timekeeper. However, we are also alive to the fact that this new technology has introduced or even compounded existing risks. And therefore, from where I stand, and as I had mentioned from my background, then we'll be keen to note the risks. In as much as these advances are beneficial, then we should be equally cognizant that some of the risks which AI is bringing on board may not be fully understood within the existing realms of regulation. So this makes it so necessary for us to have a debate on ethical AI. Therefore, the continued proliferation of AI sparks conversation around the need of responsible and ethical AI. Therefore, that's the background which I deem to be suitable for us to have further discourse on why ethical AI is important. Next slide, please. Therefore, what is ethical AI? To understand this, we have to decipher what is ethics. That's a commonplace term. In all our backgrounds, whether professional or in the society, we have at one point been bound by ethics or interacted with ethics at some point. In our diverse professions, the two beautiful ladies that I've presented here are bound by some codes of ethics in the legal profession. Therefore, we see that every facet of society functions best when it is anchored on ethics, because ethics is the very foundation of trust and confidence. Therefore, ethical AI could simply be described as AI systems which observes ethical considerations, and this pertains to fundamental values such as non-discrimination, privacy, non-manipulation, observance of fundamental values such as human rights. Therefore, you can consider that image. Is it possible for this technology to behave well, to observe fairness, to be anchored on non-manipulation, and et cetera, et cetera? So, next slide, please. Yeah, but it is not limited only to what is permitted by law. Of course, we know the lawyers in this room can attest that there are various tools of social regulation, and law is not the sole tool.
Therefore, in discussing what is ethical AI, we should not sieve it only using the law, but we should consider whether these systems can observe fundamental human values beyond what is permitted by law. And as I had already established, the importance of ethical AI is underscored by an appreciation of the adverse implications of an ethical AI. We're going to look at a few selected cases of this. So, if used unethically, AI can cause severe effects for individuals, the environment, and the society at large. However, I must also mention that I'm not wholly pessimistic about this, but I'm taking a risk-based approach in the discourse on ethical AI. Next slide, please. So there are so many principles which can be distilled on this debate of ethical AI, and I just selected a few, three, on explainability, data protection and privacy, bias and discrimination. I'll quickly go over explainability. Next slide, please. All right. So one of the principles which is pertinent to this debate is explainability, which in one way or another has already been discussed and is related to the so-called black box problem. We know that we can have input and then we have the output, but what happens in the middle is our concern. Because from a perspective of rights, if a system implicates my rights, then I have the right of due process to learn how that system arrived at that decision. And therefore, it is important for us to have AI systems which can be explainable, but not only explainable, it should be explainable within the realm of regulation. And so this is underscored by the increasing trend of adopting AI to perform functions which are already regulated. For instance, in the financial services sector, in banking, insurance, etc., we see that AI is being used in credit underwriting, anti-money laundering checks, and these are functions which are regulated by laws, and some of them requires disclosure and explainability. So if we have systems which only have input and output, but no explainability of the process, then that raises a problem. So businesses which seek to adopt AI solutions, thank you, timekeeper, businesses which seek to adopt AI solutions should consider explainability. Next slide, please. And in other jurisdictions, I was not able to note a very active litigation on this side of the continent, but there's this case which brought to view the importance of explainability, the Houston Federation of Teachers case, where a several number of teachers were laid off. And this was based on performance indexes and reports which were generated by an AI machine, a machine learning model. And so these teachers questioned the process which was used in their termination. And the court really emphasized the need of having explainable AI, that if my right is to be implicated in this way, then due process demands that I should have an explanation of how this decision was arrived at. And so how can you achieve explainability? This can be done during the design and training of such systems. That is one of the recommendations that was raised by the paper. Next, please. Next slide. Data protection, that has been already established. We realize that the AI magic is only possible due to the advances in data generation and data analytics. And as legal practitioners, then our concern is with data, because if this system is relying on data, then from a data protection perspective, we must be concerned with whether it's going to abide by those considerations. And next slide is, particularly is the issue of automated processing of data, personal data. That has already been established today and partly yesterday. so I'm not going to labor much on that. Next slide. Yes, another ethical consideration or concern was on AI bias, and we realized that from that concept of garbage in, garbage out, there is really not much magic that happens because the output will be largely influenced by the input of the data. And these are trained by human beings who have already existing biases. And so one consideration, very important, is how to mitigate embedded bias. And it is important to realize that AI has the potential to discriminate. And this has been established in several cases. There was a lawsuit against Facebook in its algorithms used to advertise fair housing models. And it was established that the models, the algorithms that they were using were reflective of some biases. Those affordable housing ads could not be available in some regions which were occupied by maybe Hispanics or blacks. And so that has been established. And so for developers and practitioners in this area, our concern, one ethical consideration, is how to have clean data, how to avoid having embedded bias in the training data sets. Next slide, please. So the clarion call of this paper was these principles, they have been codified, various international bodies, the OECD, the EU, the International Organization for Security Commissioners. They have established guiding principles on AI, on ethical AI. And however, for these things to bring to bear, then we should move beyond principles to take concrete actions. And that was actually the emphasis of the paper, that ethical AI cannot be solely guaranteed by these principles that we have discussed. And that was the basis of the benchmarking that the paper therefore did. Next slide. Yes, so the paper looked at Singapore as a suitable benchmark because of the advances that it's doing and because we can relate with its success stories. And so Singapore indeed has a very robust framework on AI governance, and some of these touch on ethical AI. So the paper broadly classifies them into two categories. That is those on regulatory guidance, and there we have like the Advisory Council on Ethical Use of AI Data, which is the Advisory Council is a body which contains diverse stakeholders. Thank you. Note that my time is up. And this is a council which advises the government on various issues there that we have discussed as pertaining ethical AI. We have discussed various countries that are moving towards adopting AI strategies. We have the AI trusting framework. It's the first of its kind in Singapore, which tries to analyze transparency so that developers can assess the principles such as explainability through that testing framework. We also have the AI strategy. But lastly, as I conclude, is that Singapore tells us that in order to move towards ethical AI, it's imperative to have a multi-sectoral approach which incorporates various stakeholders. And I'm glad looking and glancing through this room that we have that ecosystem here. And therefore, if we implement whatever we have discussed over the last 2 days now, then it is my hope that we can actually move towards ethical AI, to move towards principles, and to take those concrete steps. Therefore, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Edgar, for your paper presentation. So allow me to welcome and introduce the last paper presentation of the day. I will introduce him by his I'm choosing to introduce him by his title in as much as it doesn't show as such. So allow me to welcome Dr. Eric Ochieng Otieno. The title of his paper is Assessing the State of Responsible Artificial Intelligence Policies and Regulations in Africa. So Dr. Ochieng, as an enthusiast of knowledge sharing and the linkages between ICT and society ranging from digital economy, climate change, sustainable digital agriculture, fintech, Dr. Otieno works on leveraging mixed methodology research that traverses the social and economic impacts of ICT interventions. His interests converge on the policy dimensions of emerging technology and how best to add value to our society with minimal disruptive consequences. So, welcome.
Thank you very much. And it's my pleasure also to thank the conveners of this session because it's an event whose time has come. And I say that because, as it has already been elaborated immensely, AI is with us and has been with us. It's only that it's manifesting itself in a more aggressive way than most of us anticipated. And it's for a good thing, of course, because it helps ease life for us. But at the same time, with all good things, there are always some elements of concerns. Now, that is where my research comes in, because for any ordinary person who uses a phone, for instance, you are working with AI on a day-to-day basis. And a lot of information is gathered on your phone. You've given a consent or you've not given a consent, it will be collected. And the question that emerges is, 20 years down the line, what will you be saying? So that brings in the aspect of ethics and responsibility. And of course, based on my research, there's still a very thin line between ethics and responsibility. And I say that because in a legal world, of course, I'm not a legal practitioner, I'm an ICT person, information system to be precise, but in the legal world, there's a lot of legal issues, legal terminologies that are being front-end when you're discussing AI. And then there's also emerging terminology for responsible AI that is still being discussed and still not clear. Where do they merge? I look at it from this perspective. Ethics has been explained, of course my brother has explained it, but then the responsibility part, I think, cuts across everyone involved, all the stakeholders. And it touches on developers, it touches on deployers, it touches on legislative bodies, it touches on implementers, and it touches also on the user. And that is why my research looks at assessing the state of responsible artificial intelligence policies and regulations in Africa. And this research, in a nutshell, what we can get from this presentation at the end is that, as I've said, there's still gray area, and there are initiatives that are termed as AI initiatives, whereas if you look at it deeply, it is not AI. And what does this bring to us? It murkies the waters on how we can address the issue of responsibility. And then there's a positive outcomes already that has been put in place when we talk about the national strategies that I had on yesterday's presentations, which were not there as the time I was conducting this study, which is a positive thing that has already happened. And also there are bodies that are already working on it in Africa, like the Responsible AI Index. Of course, the research ICT Africa researchers are here. And the OECD database has tried also to capture, which was the basis of my studies. And also CPIT has captured a lot of policies, ICT policies to be precise. Of course, this study now will build up on them and then also see how best to include those that are emerging currently that are not yet there. And there are those observatories that was already mentioned and which are trying to dig in and ensure that Africa becomes responsible AI consumers, developers, and implementers. Now, let's go to the, as you can see already, there is already growth in ICT usage, and especially AI. And in Africa, the businesses that have already embraced have 70% of the segment, which are either SMEs or micro businesses, with 40% of these considered to work in startups like EdTech, FinTech, and the rest. But then there are those implications of data volumes that we have said we are gathering. Who is responsible for that? And how do we govern them? And that's why the issue of governance framework, as I've said, comes into place. Now, if you go to the next slide, we look at what now informed the questions that we wanted to find in this study, or this explorative venture. We wanted to know, in Africa, how have we handled the governance aspect of AI? And to what extent do these policies that we have, yes, we can have a lot of policies, AI policies and strategies and regulations, but how do they address the aspect of responsibility? Because I think that's the thing. If you want to talk about compliance, we need to have the responsibility frameworks. Now, if we go to the next slide, in terms of methodology, how we went through these explorative studies, the OECD database has 700 AI policy initiatives from 60 countries, and we looked into all of this comparatively with Africa to identify what do other regions do and what do Africa do. And then, of course, we also look at those individual policies. We also compared with the CPIT database, the ICT policies, because we consider them as part of the authority in Africa. And then we also discussed with key informants what they thought. Of course, these are also included students who are doing the AI development. Go next slide, please. Next slide. Now, as you can see already, I've already given highlights. There was very clear and unclear definitions, first of all, what AI initiatives were. And these, if you position it also with the ICP database, which has very robust ICT policies in place, the policies that we went through, only one country you could see had policies that mentioned responsible, mentioned AI full context, as it were. And then we went deeper, and it was also evident that the policies were not addressing much about the capacity building component that were in place. And if you look at the OECD database, for instance, those documents that are listed as AI policy were not related to any ICT or AI-related issues. For instance, if you talk about Ajira, it's an initiative that generates employment for the youth, but it does not address anything to do with artificial intelligence or promote artificial intelligence. So those are just one examples. Now, when we looked at these policies, there are 4 key issues or key anchors that were emerging, especially looking at the other regions who have done the policy documents and uploaded either in OECD or in CPIT. Now, there was a financing aspect of the initiatives and research, which was very important. And then there were also enablers and incentives that promotes the growth and the nurturing of AI for business and for employment, but of course, rarely on responsibility aspect. And then, of course, there was a governance, which a few countries, of course, had those components of governance, And then there was also guidance and regulations. Now, what we pick from here in summary is that when you talk about governance, for example, the documents that we went through could not elaborate how the AI regulations or policies will create frameworks for responsible AI. And also, in terms of interventions, there was no clarity in terms of whether these policies will be descriptive, prescriptive, or as my legal friends will say, there's those two terminologies that you used. I can't remember. So then there's also questions about what are the implications, of course, if you use this for, if I may use for approaches. And then the aspect of compliance is totally lacking across board, because yes, we can have a lot of policies, we can have regulations, but how do we comply with them? My background in, is more of governance and compliance of these policies. And if it is lacking, I think it's a big problem, because we can have all those in place and we'll still be in the same challenges. So we need to have frameworks in my submission to ensure that in as much as we are championing for regulations, we are championing for policies, we have also a framework for compliance. And I think that's very important, and you talk about across board, whether we are users, whether we are developers, we are deployers, or even legislative and legal practitioners. We need to ensure that. And then there was also issues that rose about the capacity building and the pedagogy. For instance, for those we are training in our university or our technical institutions, or even if we go down to high schools, if we are to introduce that, what kind of pedagogical approach will we take to ensure that we inculcate the aspect of compliance and responsible AI in an AI ecosystem? Because I think that will be very important, so that we nurture people, or we nurture assets within the AI ecosystem that ensures that we are responsible in everything that we do. And responsibility can come in various forms. It will come from I being aware of what AI does, explainability component. It can come from the dimension that as a developer, there's a limit I can go through, I can go up to. So that I don't look at it only from the aspect of business and profitability, the way the four pillars of ICT was demonstrated. There are those who are heavily surveilling, there are those who are heavily profitable, and so on and so forth. So we can define responsibility in various ways. Now, if we go to the conclusion, I've already indicated that we have deficiency in terms of strategy and policy that address the responsibility aspect of AI. We have numerous ICT policies, and we have sub-policies that also, like the national strategies that are already coming up in the 5 countries. But then, how have they addressed the responsibility aspect? And in terms of recommendation, of course, we can talk about a lot, but I summarize them into 3. Financial support is very important, because Africa and AI deployments and developments and capacity still needs that support across board. And then there's also the stock taking to ensure that whatever policies that we put in place, or whatever policies that we have in our databases, are up to date, and they have responded to the need for responsibility. And then, of course, we can also look at building theoretical models, which I think, in my thinking, is very important, because it provides an anchor where we discuss and generate knowledge for others also to pick, to build for generations to come, even as we grapple with the issues and challenges of AI. Next slide, which is just to say thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Otieno. You said next slide and you clapped, and I was almost like, oh, I thought you were done. Oh, you're not yet done? Thank you so much for that. So, in the interest of time, we shall conduct a very small exercise relating to the research papers that have been presented. And this is for those of you who have burning questions. And when I say burning questions, I mean burning questions. And also this will determine whether in the process of these presentations you have picked up a couple of researcher skills, specifically research writing ones or research presentation ones. Because, you know, as you're doing your research, the first thing you do is the research proposal. It has research questions, research objectives. They're supposed to be brief, clear, concise. So I will take 4 questions, and we're going to attempt to answer these 4 questions within 3 minutes or 2. So this is how it will go. Rules first. Your burning question will be picked based on how fast you can stand up. Second, that question will only be answered if you can ask it in 1 sentence. 1 sentence. Again, research objectives and research questions are what? Brief, clear, concise. So, I will start with the first research paper, then go to the second, then go to the third, then go to the fourth. And also a task to the presenters. Your answers are supposed to be brief, clear, concise, okay? So, okay, I will remind you of what the first research paper was. So the title for the first research paper was, How Can We Regulate Artificial Intelligence in Africa in the Face of the 4th Industrial Revolution? Burning question. Anyone? Arthur is the only one who has stood and stood before I gave the rules. So, Mike?
Because I think these were excellent papers, very excellent papers. I think a few issues, especially on that taxonomy of ethics, law, regulation, and how they interact, and then issues around individual rights versus communal rights in Africa, then the right to explanation, because it's highly contested even within the European Union where it originated from. Then the last one relates to someone who spoke about the European Union saying the Europeans are saying regulate, because the Europeans are trying to dominate, to recenter themselves against China and the US through the Brussels effect. So I think we shouldn't really be copying the Europeans when it comes to regulating for what. I think that's what we need to ask ourselves. So I think I'm happy to interact with the authors because I'm an author myself, but these were very excellent papers. But I think let's have the debate over lunch.
Thank you so much for that. It was definitely clear and concise. We didn't capture the brief though. Okay, so burning questions for the second research paper. Title for the second research paper was Role of Data in AI Innovation and Research. Burning question. Okay, there we go. Again, brief, clear, concise.
Arthur broke the rules, so I'm also going to
to
break the rules, but I won't go too far. It's just a matter of giving context to the question that I'm going to ask. So Edson recommended that we could also use small data instead of, because we are looking for huge data for AI to work. But where that's absent, then we could start using small data also. But you see, in Africa, for me, I think it's not absence of data, but it's making data fit for the purpose that's required for. So how about also thinking about how do you make this data to come in the form that would be fit for purpose? So that's my one sentence question. There's data, but how do you make it? How do you mine it? How do you leverage it for use, for it to be fit for AI use? Thank you.
So Edith or Edgar, 20 seconds, brief, clear, concise.
Thanks for the question. So I would say the best solution is to have subject matter experts define the business problems, then define clear goals and KPIs that can help to regulate, but also to help machine learning experts to build models that are relevant. And again, those subject matter experts to make sure that they continually monitor the model performance to make sure that it goes to the initial need. So the main focus is to go to the initial, to the subject matter experts, doctors, agriculture people, to actually label the data and annotate it.
Perfect. Brief, clear, concise. I hope your question has been answered. All right. Dr. Ture?
Just maybe a follow-up question to Edson or whoever would want to take it. Subject matter experts, we think of doctors, lawyers, et cetera, and increasingly when we talk about data, we consider the lived experiences of people. So if we're working on something related to hypertension, then we would need people with hypertension around the table. If we're working on diabetes, we can't just rely on the doctors, but we need people with diabetes around the table. So any thoughts on inclusion of people with lived experience of the issue around the table and seeing them as subject matter experts? Thanks.
So I would say you're very right. And I would say one of the big solutions that we can have as Africa is to have open repositories. I would say where African youth and techie, like Zindi youth, can go and tap into and actually get these data sets and the information. Where with more developers interacting with these platforms and building data sets, it's easy to also capture like people like from the lower or the end users. So we can have end-to-end practice of the models.
In Gen Z speak, Edson understood the assignment. Okay. So third research paper towards ethical AI perspectives for Kenya and Africa, burning question. There we go.
Thank you. Ethics, my understanding is ethics is based on context. So what is ethical in one place might not necessarily be ethical in another place. To the person who made Edgar, what do you think are actual, tangible, ethical questions that AI developers need to address in Africa for the AI that they're building in Africa?
Again, to the presenter, brief, clear, concise.
Okay, thank you. You'll note that also in my presentation, I was having a broad exploration of ethical considerations. And it's good you've added the perspective that then having the knowledge of the broad ethical considerations that I mentioned, then it is important to also consider context. And I will answer that based on bias, based on explainability, then we can apply them to context as the circumstances of the particular region obtains. So I'm just conceding to that additional point of applying context. And thank you for that.
Thank you. He also understood the assignment. Last question for the paper. The paper is assessing the state of responsible artificial intelligence policies and regulations in Africa. Burning question. Okay, I pick myself for burning question on behalf of the online audience. So say this poses a question to Dr. Tieno. He says, Dr. Tieno, good presentation. You identified 4 things to consider in responsible AI framework. can existing standards such as IT, ILV3 or COBIT5 be used to develop such a framework? Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I say that because what I presented was to identify the context within what has been done within the policies. But when we dig down, COVID will still talk about governance. It's more about governance as well. So it cuts across either all or a few of those elements that were touched on. So yes, it's true. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Ari also understood the assignment. So as we prepare to welcome the next and final panel session for today, I'm seeing some of you are a bit, you look like you're a bit sleepy. I know research papers can be very, yes, it takes quite a bit to listen to people talking about their research for quite a bit of time. And I would say it's not a boring part of academia, but it's a required part of academia because it's what? Knowledge sharing, and you get to learn a lot. So before we introduce the second and final panel session, another small exercise. I've realized people are very interactive when it has things to do with your hands or your fingers. So we're going to play a game. I'll just require one of your hands, just one. Just raise your hand, left, right, whichever works. And if you don't raise it up, I'll just call you out and tell you, please raise your hand up. Guys, just raise it up so I can see it. Raise your hand. Table 11. Table 11. Thank you. Table 2. Let me repeat the instructions again because some of you are not listening. So, I'm going to need one of your hands, left or right, doesn't matter. Beautiful. I need to see your fingers as well. Stunning. Okay, so put your finger down if you've used ChatGPT. Put a finger down if you read the privacy policy and the disclaimer of ChatGPT. Do not lie. Okay, I can see a majority of you did not. Put a finger down if you've used ChatGPT for your work. Oh, please be honest. Put a finger down if you said that the results of the work that you got from ChatGPT were your own. Okay, I can see some of you, okay. Some of you have been using ChatGPT for the right reasons, but not, being truthful about where you got the work. So put your finger down if you would recommend other people to use ChatGPT, especially in Africa. Okay, it's okay. Okay, clearly no one has all fingers down. If you have all your 5 fingers still up, please wave at us. Okay, that's like 4 or 5 waves. Okay, thank you for participating. And with that small exercise, allow me to introduce the second and final panel session for today on responsible AI, policies, laws, and frameworks. So allow me to welcome the moderator for this session, Betsy Mureithi from iLab Africa, as well as her panelists, Dr. Angeline Wairegi, Dr. Scott, Karen Bett, and Dr. Ololade. Welcome. Round of applause, please.
I can see we are all settled. Good evening, good afternoon, sorry. It's almost evening anyway. So I'm Dr. Betsy Mureithi. I'm a research fellow at iLab Africa with the data science units. I'll be the moderator for this session on responsible AI policies, laws and frameworks. specifically looking at the African context and where we are meant to be and where we need to go. We sit in the precarious position that we are the ones holding everyone from lunch, so we'll do very brief introductions, so I guess a minute each. Kindly introduce yourself, where you work, what you work on, and how your work relates to responsible AI.
Hi, everyone. I'll take way less than a minute. My name is Dr. Angeline Waregi. I'm the current research manager at CIPIT. I was actually brought in as the AI Policy Center lead. So our work is looking at AI development in Africa in a very holistic manner. So the only one critical restriction that we place on ourselves is everything we do needs to be from an African perspective. So if we're looking at laws, policies, regulations, we're looking at them from an African perspective. How, as Africans, using AI, developing AI, do we need to govern this tool, right? How does it impact us as Africans? How, as Africans, can we leverage this tool to our benefit? So that's the only thing that we place a restriction on. Everything else is fair game. So we look at the tech aspects of it, we look at the impact of it, we look at the governance structures of it as well.
My name is Dr. Scott Timke. I'm a senior research associate at Research ICT Africa based in Cape Town, although we do have a number of colleagues based across the continent. At RIA, I head up the Democracy and Technology Group, where most of my work is around the political economy of AI, ethics and exploitation, the role of algorithmic capitalism in Africa, and we have several subcomponents that look at information disorders, cybersecurity, so on and so forth. So I'm very glad to be here with some excellent panelists. So I'm going to hand it over.
Thank you. My name is Karen Bett. I'm a senior policy manager at the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data. The Global Partnership is an initiative of the UN Foundation, which was established in 2015 to champion the data revolution so that we ensure we have good data to measure the goals, the SDGs, but also in the process have better data systems. So obviously my role is going beyond AI to looking at how we can have more inclusive data processes and data systems to help us achieve the SDGs, but also other country development priorities. The network, the Global Partnership Network, is about 700 now, and it comprises both government, private sector, civil society, academia, and I'm happy to be here.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ololade Shilon. I'm proudly Nigerian. I work for Meta as the head of privacy for Africa, the Middle East, and Turkey. And my role essentially involves working with internal and external stakeholders to frame how we approach privacy at Meta. Of course, from the perspective of my region, which is Africa, Middle East, and Turkey. So before I joined the corporate world, I was a human rights lawyer and also an academic. I know Scott always says recovering academic. I kind of feel I'm also a recovering academic. So the work, of course, that I do at Meta is connected to what I said before. It's how do we ensure that the approach to AI reflects the realities of the continent of Africa. And that's what I basically try and focus on. And my mission really is to make sure that we have Africa at the table in terms of the conversations that are happening. And that is mostly done through supporting research, independent research into a whole host of issues, but we try to make sure that it's also multidisciplinary. So that is me in a nutshell. Thank you.
All right, so we'll just jump right in. We've seen how AI has an impact in Africa, in Kenya. We've been seeing it through the presentations throughout today and yesterday. We can see the positive impacts on fintech, banking the underserved, credit scoring for those who are unbanked. We've seen positive outcomes in agriculture and healthcare, but we've also seen some negatives around human dignity, dignity of work with summer source, human rights with what happened in Ethiopia, We have these court cases currently going on, and so it has sort of catalyzed the movement around responsible AI. So I'd like to break it down based on each of your perspectives on what signifies responsible and ethical AI. So I'll start with Angeline. From a legal framework perspective, what signifies responsible and ethical AI?
All right. So first, I'd like to actually delineate those two concepts. So when we talk about ethical AI, in general, what we're saying is we'd like to provide a blueprint on how AI ought to be based on certain values, right? Whether these are moral or social or cultural. When you talk about responsible AI, we're saying, well, we'd like to provide a blueprint to develop these AI tools so they align with our ought to be standards. So those are what those two terms actually mean. They are used interchangeably, but technically that's what that means. In terms of both of them, the points I'd like to make is, number one, there are no legally binding definitions for these, and there are no legally binding. Number two is that Alfred made a very good point in that ethics will vary, right? So when you look at ethical AI frameworks out there, there are some standard principles that cut across most of them. There are about 80 ethical AI frameworks out in the world right now, and there's some principles that cut across, but these are just principles, I think, that make sense as a whole. Same thing for responsible AI. There are principles that cut across, but what I'm trying to cut across, what I'm trying to say, the point I'm trying to make is that these are not standard definitions. These are things that we've just agreed on, and they can vary. If someone in Wakanda, to use a very fictional country, decides that these values are not for them, then they can create their own ethical AI frameworks, their own responsible AI frameworks. Point number two is that for a lot of these, adoption, implementation, even adherence to these principles is on your own recognizance, excuse me. There is no law out there, there's no standard out there that says that you have to use these principles, or you have to use the principles for ethical AI or responsible AI when you're developing your tools, right? And also, last point is because it's a very voluntarily basis kind of thing, there are also no accountability or regulatory principles out there as well, or organizations out there to follow up and say, well, you did wrong, you did wrong, you did wrong, and these are the consequences. So it's all very voluntarily based right now.
I think we have the same note sheet. I really want to build off the things that that Angelique has put on the table over here. One of the things about the sheer plurality of these ethical frameworks, about sort of 80 plus that are really in contention at the moment, is that there's an interest here. There's a viable interest, people are trying to contribute, and that's a good thing. At the same time, this is a voluntaristic framework that ultimately, that for the most part, a lot of energy comes from industry, in a sense that they're trying to skirt the state, trying to regulate them. And so if you look into the political economy tacticalness over here, it's about to try stop the state from intervening in these types of technologies and machines that generate extraordinary amounts of wealth. On the flip side, there are people within the state that are sometimes keen to embrace the ethical AI standards because they themselves are very wary of intervening in these industries, lest they proverbially kill the goose that lays the golden egg. So ultimately, what we're looking at over here is a set of concerns, considerations, debates about what are we going to do with this technology that promises to deliver much, but any tweaks at the moment, so at particularly the emerging stages, might have long-standing consequences, long tails. So that's a general sort of framework that people are talking about when it comes to ethical AI. It's a proxy battle for these larger types of considerations, debates, and the like. Thank you.
Thanks. I think for me, I see it even beyond just responsible AI to responsible data systems. So how do you ensure that the data systems that exist, which then contribute to the AI, are done in an inclusive way? And inclusive is thinking about the entire value chain, right from the design. Whose questions are we asking? How are we asking these questions? Do people actually have an opportunity to determine which questions are asked and we ask of them? How do we collect that data? How do we analyze it? How do we use it and reuse? How do we store? How do we destroy? So I think if we think about responsibility in that whole data value chain, then it will trigger other responsibilities, including in AI and other innovations. So I think for me, I'd want us to think of responsible AI as a result of responsible data systems. If our data systems are not responsible, then AI will not be responsible, and so will the rest. So I think I really like, and this came up in the previous paper presentations, how do you put people in the center? And of course, recognizing even in the context that we live in, not everyone has access to a phone, access to internet, but we're designing tools using data about them. So how do we get them or find mechanisms that people actually can play a role? Of course, we're not saying we need to bring everyone into a room and have a discussion, but finding innovative mechanisms, participatory mechanisms, so that people actually see the value and see the reason why we're developing these tools and thinking about AI. And then I think that way, when people own the process and understand why we're doing all this, then that will be a responsible AI.
Okay, so of course, in the policy team, so from the product perspective, it's a centralized situation that we have at Meta. We have a whole team, a multidisciplinary team called the Responsible AI team. And all they do essentially is to ensure that all the AI work is approached in an ethical and responsible manner. And there are 5 main pillars that govern the work that this team does. I'm going to try and run through them. I know we're out of time. Well, we're almost out of time, but I'm going to run through them very quickly. So the first pillar is on privacy and security, and that's no surprise, right? So the idea is to ensure that privacy and security in terms of people's data is an issue for everyone, not just a specific group of people. And that is meant to cut across everything that is done. So there's a cross-product privacy review process that looks through how all of this works in terms of all the AI work. There's also the fairness and inclusion one, which I think is something that I've heard a lot about today, and of course, with good reason. And the issue here is, how do we ensure that all the products that we build treat people fairly, but also works well for everybody, equally works well for everybody. And one of the ways we've tried to do this is by developing this technical toolkit called the fairness flow. Basically, what it tries to do is to measure potential or analyze potential bias in terms of how things are approached from an AI perspective, and to see how the experiences differ from like one user to the other, and try and see how to then address those issues. There's also the transparency and control, which I think is also very, very important. And there's sort of 3 layers to this. So the first layer is that, how do you ensure that people understand how and when a decision is being made that impacts them? How do they know, that is happening? Also, how do you then make sure that that is also more explainable to them, for them to understand exactly what this decision is? And then how do you then give people control to then make sure that they can actually determine how this decision is made about them? And so one of the things that the Responsible AI team has done is to develop a toolkit, Responsible AI toolkit, that looks at a lot of issues. For example, how do you explain to people that AI is actually being used in this instance? Because people need to understand that. Also things like, how do you explain to people how a decision is made based on AI, or how a product uses AI? These are the different layers of how to ensure explainability. There's also robustness and safety. How do you ensure that the AI systems are safe and you can easily detect threats and sort of thwart the threats? And finally, what's the last one? Of course, accountability and governance. How do you ensure that there is actually accountability in the processes, and also, take the necessary steps to ensure that basically you identify whatever risks exist and address them. So we have the team they've developed an AI-specific impact assessment tool that helps them to figure out exactly what the issues are, and then of course to address them, as they come along. So that in a nutshell are the 5 main pillars of what governs how responsible AI is approached from the perspective of Meta. Thank you.
Building on that, so we've all kind of mentioned what those ethical principles are, what those responsible AI principles around justice, accountability, privacy, but research has also shown that social, cultural, and political context sort of shape the experiences and expectations of AI and what those individual principles mean. And so in the context of Africa and responsible AI in Africa, do the responsible AI and ethical principles of transparency, acceptability, privacy, explainability, do they make sense in the African context, especially the social cultural context? I think Karen had already started talking about inclusivity and accessibility. We are creating tools using people's data who might not have access to those tools because they don't have the technological or the literal capabilities. So yeah, so in a nutshell, do these responsible AI and ethical principles make sense to the African context?
Yes, but they do make sense because they are broad, good moral principles, if you know what I mean, right? It's like if we say stealing is bad, yes, I think we can all agree on that. But I think there are nuances that we need to take into account. Yesterday, Dr. Chizekwe, he used a very interesting and I think important phrase. He used local and indigenous factors. I think that's what we need to keep in mind when we're looking at these principles, that we need to contextualize them, right? So yes, the principles are broad and general enough that we can all agree that, yeah, these are fine. We want things to be transparent. We want things to be explainable. We want things to be non-manipulative or non-discriminatory. I think we can all agree on that. But how do we take those and then look at them from a Kenyan perspective or a Nigerian perspective or a Sierra Leone perspective? What does that mean? So that's the first thing. And then, yes, but I also think they don't go far enough. So I feel like when we talk about AI, we are operating on the assumption that we all want to buy into AI and AI tools and utilize them. And there's a narrative that these things are a silver bullet and we should all use them. We should all adopt them. But what if that's not the case? If we take Edith talked about traditional knowledge. So with traditional knowledge, you also have an aspect of that that's sacred. What about traditional knowledge that's sacred and that should be kept to a particular group, a particular environment? Right? What happens when we do not want that knowledge, whatever it is, or those locations, or those artifacts to be shared globally? And with AI and AI-enabled tools, that's what happens, right? That's one of the big democratizing factors with AI. It's the access to knowledge. So how do we opt out? And if you look at a lot of those ethical AI principles, there isn't anything that says, yeah, you should be able to say, no, we don't want to do this. We don't want to be a part of this. So I think, yes, they are good. Yes, I think we can agree on a lot of those, but we need to consider the nuances and contextualize them to our environments. And then we also need to investigate and see what we need to add to go a little bit farther to make sure that the unique circumstances that we have in Africa, all of those are accounted for when we're developing these policies, the structures, these frameworks.
I'm also going to go for the yes, but the asterisk thing. At the level of generic statements, these things have value. They help guide our attention. They help prioritize what you should be looking at. At the same time, if you go through the sheer number of them, you notice that sort of questions about power inequalities, capitalism, social inequality, excess profiteering, these things tend not to be there, right? These things are, they're at the edge of the conversation. They're put in the hidden transcripts if they're there at all. And so I think that those are the areas in which the AI ethicists definitely need to be more aggressive in working towards, really sort of talking about like, what is more important, democratic life or profitability for the few? What is more important? I think very questions that have stakes like this are sort of very, very important, given that AI is on the precipice of changing whole swaths of societies. The second point of that is, yes, we have opt out, but where do we have opt in? These things are simply being pushed onto societies with very little discussion. Like there are us in this room over here, but compared to the billions of people billion plus people on a continent, not a lot of people are having informed discussions about, is this something that they really want for their life? So if we are really trying to think about questions of self-determination, society living together, making collective decisions for collective interests, that's, I think, where the ethics needs to go. That's the question that, responsible ethical analysis would want to invite conversations to.
I think I really liked, what you said, Scott, about how do you make the conversation about responsible AI in Africa a lot about power. And I think we need to center it about that and, have as many hard, difficult conversations about power. Because ultimately, I think Africa is one of the most unequal continent, of course, but I think if we're not talking about inequalities, who has the power when it comes to AI? Who should have the power? So it's the person who has it now and who should be having the power. So I think for Africa, in addition, of course, to this principles, we need to really have a conversation on power. And then there are two examples which really strike me, and I know this might sound very controversial, but I want to say it here. There are two examples which stand out for me, and I always think about, as an African, the world calls it unjust, but is it really unjust for me as an African in my context? And the two is, I think the fact that AI creates employment for young Africans, does that young African think about low pay or think about employment? So, of course, there's the dignity aspect of, psychosocial support, but, minimum wage, what does the young African think about or prioritize when they're taking those jobs? And of course, how can we help them, of course, negotiate better rates and really just think about their context? The second one, again, I always give this example in relation to Meta. The young woman who is hustling and building her business on Facebook and selling her items on Facebook, do we think about her and how that platform is actually creating opportunities she has never imagined in her life? So, it's really about power. Power, what gives power, what takes power. And I think in addition to this, principles, then we need as a continent to say, so what is more important than other? How do we balance? How do we contextualize and think about our cultures, our practices, our values, in addition to, as we think about these principles? So I wouldn't think that we just need to take it as a blanket, but we need to really unpack and see what each of these principles means in an African context.
Yeah, so I agree with what all my co-panelists have said. That ethical considerations, responsible AI are, in a sense, universal, but I think to varying degrees, right? Like on the face of it, yes, transparency and control is important, inclusion is important, but this applies, I think, in the context of Africa to varying degrees. And of course, there's always that conversation about the fact that Africans have not really been part of this, the way this has been framed. Regardless, I think they are extremely relevant. However, as my co-panelists were saying, the but there for me is that in their implementation or application, there are nuances. Like Africa is such a diverse and complex continent that you have to take into account those nuances. So for example, things around transparency and control. When you have, poor digital literacy and all that, you cannot compare the kind of controls you put in a different society compared to Africa. And that takes me to something I wanted to share. So one project we had, I think about 2 years ago, was like a call for proposals where we had like in the end 8 groups of research teams from I think 7 countries across Africa. And they did research, I think, over a couple of months. And one very interesting output sort of looked at an Afrocentric approach to responsible AI and AI ethics. And they came up with alternative principles, which I'd like to share. I find them very interesting. So one is beneficence, the other is null malfeasance, the other is harmony, another one is, of course, applicability is kind of universal, and there's also respect. So respect was looking at respect for human dignity, for human rights and human values. As these are, for them, these were very uniquely African considerations. There was also, I said, beneficence, how do you promote good? Non-malfeasance, how do you reduce harm? Ethnic neutrality, because you know that the continent is extremely diverse. So how do you ensure that in what you're building, there's also that ethnic consideration to prevent, the kind of conflict and the wars that we see in the region? And harmony I found really interesting was talking about how do you ensure harmony between the AI that is being built and the humans that are, that are consuming the AI. So it talked about things like, how do you make sure that, the kind of mediation or interaction with the AI is harmonious in nature, basically, in terms of, and it's human-centered. So I think this, for me, really was very interesting, and I fully agree that whilst the general, principles that we have are there and they're useful, we need like more nuanced principles like the ones that I've shared to really ensure that we're taking into account the whole holistic approach in terms of the realities of the continent. Because really, transparency control, yes, they're good, but we need to be more like focused on the social and cultural realities that we have in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think mentioning the different things that we can look at as Africans and developing our responsible AI policies help. There was a question somewhere there that had asked which ethical and responsible AI issues need to be addressed, and I hope now you have more clarity on that. The Facebook research on the Afrocentric principles for responsible and ethical AI are also quite interesting. So maybe we can bring it closer to home in terms of what are some of the best practices that you've encountered and stood out for you as AI that is responsible within the African context? So maybe some ground truth examples.
I'm going to be a rebel and deviate slightly. In terms of ground truth, I think the best practice that I've seen in developing these frameworks are the conversations that we're having around these frameworks. I feel like, and there's a caveat to this, I should say, majority of us AI stakeholders, this really means like the developers, the researchers, private entities, there seems to be this grassroots approach when we are developing strategies, even if it's just internal strategies when it comes to AI governance. And this is the caveat. Unfortunately, this does not seem to include a lot of the people with the actual muscle, to use a term that Barbara used, the policymakers, but within the other stakeholders, we're having these conversations that say, yes, we recognize that we need AI governance, but what does that look like? And who would that impact? So there's a very grassroots oriented, meaning bottom up instead of top down approach, which I think is really the best practice in terms of any governance setting or development. I think in an ideal world, that's what we'd like to see, right? We'd like to see our politicians, our policymakers, our legal minds go out there into the communities, get what they need, and then develop the structures from the bottom to the top. So I think that is the best practice that I can see. And then second to that is also, someone used this term, and I apologize, I don't remember who, yesterday in one of the panels, decolonialization. We're actually having, I believe, a conversation that needs to happen that says we can't simply do a one-to-one transfer from the East or from the West. And I use those terms very generally because what we have here in Africa, again, very general term, is very unique, right? It's very unique to us. And what happens when we do these one-to-one transfers without any kind of modifications to cater to our unique circumstances is we just end up, one, not meeting our needs for whatever that law is, and we end up widening existing inequalities, something that has been said over and over and over again. And these inequalities are rooted, I don't think this is controversial. A lot of these inequalities are rooted in things that happened before many of us got our independence, right? Many of these nations got our independence. So when we do that, we're just creating sort of a new colonial structure. I think it's very important that we are having sometimes very difficult conversations around this. So the grassroots approach and the decolonial mindset that we're adopting when it comes to talking about AI governance, I think are two of the best practices that I've seen.
To add to that, there's one place that I found that I think there's a lot of potential to sort of really consolidate and extend gains when it comes to trying to ward off data colonialism. The AU's data policy framework, I think, is a very good initiative. And there are places in which it can be thickened, built upon. Is a good foundation from which work can be built upon. The other element to that, and this is again, I'm a little bit of an optimist over here. I'd like to be an optimist over here, and that's in the single digital market forming in Africa. There's a lot of policy discussions about that at the moment. A lot of it's in back rooms, a lot of it's in policy documents, a lot of it's in big reports. But I see those types of discussions when you're talking about, cross-continental harmonizations, so that networks can actually interoperate well and function well, and you can build these good, big, large markets. I think that's an element that there's a place where I see a lot of positive energy and a lot of goods that can come from an installation of AI ethics at that point.
The two examples that always really strike me and fascinate me, and this is what I would say as my best practice. I think the AI that helps to preserve indigenous languages, I think I find it very fascinating, and this is why. You can't preserve indigenous language if you don't talk to the indigenous communities. So by default, you must work with the communities. So I think that is a good example of how you work with communities to actually provide data that's fit for purpose, and it's actually preserving something that the communities care about. So that's one example I think really fascinates me. I think there's one that has been done for the Maori community in New Zealand, and now one also in Rwanda for the Kenya-Rwanda. The second example is one thing that we as the data for development communities have always struggled about, and we say we don't have enough data, and especially data on birth registration and death registration. So I actually was quite impressed that we can use AI to digitize birth records. And by digitizing birth records, then we can know how many babies are born in the country at any one time. What are their needs? Do they have disability needs? What are the education needs? How do we then plan our education systems, our healthcare systems? Because we know how many births we have registered and we have digitized that. I think Namibia has done a good job of having a very good, robust civil registration system, and of course, vital statistics. And I think that's the power of AI. It goes beyond just developing the tool to actually helping to change and improve the lives of real people. You know, if you have 100% birth registration rate and you have all that information digitized, you know, you can plan yourself as a country very well because you just know, you know, how many babies are born. And also death registration, you know, if we know how many people are dying, then we can plan and know what are the causes of death. How do we then have good health systems that can help us anticipate some of these causes of mortality? So those are the two examples for me. And I think for the one for language, I know they used open source. So I think that's also good practice. And of course, they had a very good participatory approach with communities. Thanks.
Okay, so for me, I want to, again, at the risk of blowing my horn about the work that we do, approach this by looking at this from like the governance, you know, perspective. How do we ensure that, you know, whatever governance frameworks we're developing actually are relevant for the region? Because I think somebody was saying in previous presentations, this, you know, I think it was yesterday, a panel yesterday, sort of copying and pasting, you know, things that have happened elsewhere and how that doesn't really help us. So we have this global experimental governance program called Open Loop. And this program essentially, so it's supported by Meta, but the whole idea is to ensure that, you know, you bridge the gap between, you know, technology and policy innovation. And the work that is done here is to sort of foster collaboration between those who are developing technology and those who are regulating it, essentially policymakers. So it usually involves, you know, policymakers, tech companies, academics and civil society. And there are two key modes this is done, through policy prototyping and regulatory sandboxes. And I think that's something we need to explore more and more of in Africa. I think they're very, very important. And the policy prototyping one is really about how do you make sure what you're doing is evidence-based? You know, you test, you have principles, you develop the principles, you test them in a real life situation with those who are developing technology. And you learn from that, you iterate, and then we use that, you know, to develop, you know, recommendations. So the policy prototyping work we've done, interestingly, we haven't done it in Africa yet. So keen to see if we can do something in the region. So the first step is you sort of figure out an issue, specific issue you want to work on, and then you test this, you know, and evaluate it, and you sort of ask those who are implementing different questions. Is it clear? How are you able to apply it? You know, what are the issues you faced? And then you then collate that and share it with them and say, okay, this is what we learned. Like, what do you think are the issues? How should this change? And then you gather all that together and provide policy recommendations to the policymaker on how to go about then, you know, amending or adjusting that that framework. Regulatory sandboxes are usually, of course, you know, slightly different, but it's about, you know, this is already existing. How do we test this in a, you know, in an environment that helps us to then also iterate at the same time? So that's another thing I think we really need to start to think about doing more of in the region to ensure that we are taking into account the context in the region and the realities to ensure that that also plays a role in developing the relevant frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ololade. Maybe as a final question before I open it up to the audience, there is the race, the global race to develop AI. AI is growing rapidly. Like Dr. Otieno said, we are falling behind in terms of both developing AI in skills, the technologies, the infrastructure, but we're also falling behind in terms of thinking about what is responsible AI, what's ethical AI in the Kenyan perspective. So how can we ensure that we are not left behind? On one side, the global race to develop AI, and also on the other side to ensure that AI is developed in a way that is responsible and ethical. So, because they can seem like they're competing. So how do we keep up?
So I'm reading a really great book. There's a point to this. It's called Emperor Maladies, and it's about the research into cancer, into a cancer cure. And it really details the chronology into the pathology of cancer, right? So back in 16, 15, whatever, they thought it was caused by black bile, right? There was like black bile moving in your body somehow, and that caused, they don't even call it cancer, but what turned out to be cancer was caused by black bile. And that advanced. So in women, they called, I think they at one point credited it to like a moving stomach or something. And then it slowly, there was slow progression finally into what really is a pathology of cancer, what are the curative treatments, what are the preventative treatments. And it took a really, really long time. So I think when we look at AI governance, I think we're actually really lucky in a way that we are comparatively late adopters of this technology, because the EU, the US, China, there are other nations that have, if not laws in place, they have at least strategies they've talked about. They have policies they've talked about. So I think what would make sense instead of starting from scratch is to take all of them, do a comparative analysis on what works best given our circumstances, given what we're trying to do, given our capacity, and then just steal the best parts of that, right? And then modify it. It doesn't make sense to prolong a process for years and years and years and years by starting from scratch when we already have blueprints. By no means am I saying do a one-to-one transfer, but we have all these blueprints out there. Someone has already done the groundwork for us. So just build on that. Take what works, disregard the rest, and then modify it to best suit us. I think that would be the best way to figure out what policies, what governance structures make sense. When it comes to balancing human rights, and when I say human rights, I guess I mean protection of consumers of these tools, and then innovation. I think at some point we will have to decide what is more important of those two. I think there are ways where you can have innovation and human rights, but one of those two principles to some extent are always competing, right? So you have the US approach, which is, I don't know if I'm speaking on truths, but the US approach, which seems to be more towards the side of innovation, they want to really create an enabling environment. And then you have someone like the EU, where they're maybe leaning a little bit more towards protecting consumers of AI technology. So I think at some point we have to figure out what our baby is and cater to that as best as we can, without really curtailing the other end of it. So still is my short answer.
To build on those remarks, to me, the question is, what do we want to keep up with? Like, what kind of vision do we want to fulfill? As again, simply just taking the compass points from elsewhere. And yes, there are good blueprints, and yes, they should be modified. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. But to what extent are there certain visions of the world that Africans want to end up replicating? So do African populations want to be part of this relentless capitalism in North America, where the valley is getting deeper and the valley is getting wider? Is that what we really want for our people? Is that what we really want for ourselves? So I think sometimes we need to question about, like, do we simply, or do we want to follow that template? Or do we want to chart something that's more egalitarian, more in spirit with our traditional values, things like that? So I think that's a question that should be at the forefront of our minds. And then the second element is a bit more sort of practical. I think that one thing that, just by virtue of the way that neoliberalism works at the moment, is sometimes pushed off the table. But I think there are ways in which African states can make great strides by having state software development agencies. In the same way that 100 years ago, there were state-owned railways, there were state-owned ports, there were state-owned enterprises. I think that there's space to create state-owned software companies to create the infrastructure, the digital infrastructure that will power civic life. I think that that's something that has got quite a bit of mileage and can develop both, absorb the talent that's out there, but also be a venue in which to cultivate it and create it. Thank you.
Thanks. I think AI is as good as the data behind it. So actually, in order to not be left behind, we need to reimagine our data systems. And what do I mean by reimagining? Taking a more values-driven approach. We've been working on some work on data values. And some of the, things we need to do is how do we support people to actually shape how they're represented in the data? How do we invest in public participation or more participatory approaches on governing the data? So the legislations are important, but also more informal, more participatory approaches. How do we democratize the skills? This has come up also. How do we build better skills, democratize those skills so that it doesn't just sit with a small group of us, but actually, take that out. And just the cultures of transparency, sharing, use and reuse of data. I think we need to build that. And, we need to fund some of, all of this. It needs money. So we need to also put our money where it's more open, initiatives that are more open, more responsive, and actually, take it back to the community. So that's one. The second thing that we should not leave behind is we should not leave our governments behind. Whether we need to pull them kicking and screaming into these conversations, we need to, because at the end of the day, the governments are the ones who develop the policies and are there even when we're gone. So we also need to not leave our governments behind.
Okay, so for me, I'm essentially going to go back to the basics. I think there's so many fundamental things that we still are grappling with that is, affecting and will continue to affect, AI and how it progresses in the region. And I'm talking about basic things like connectivity. We're still at, I think, about 44%, depending on what data you're looking at, in terms of internet connectivity in the region. How does that help, innovation in the AI space? And also just basic infrastructure like electricity, for example. How are folks able to innovate when there is no power? So unfortunately, I think there's a lot of, issues that I think still, and it cuts across. I mean, this comes up in other conversations as well. Ensuring there's infrastructure, ensuring internet access, all those things. Until those issues are, better addressed, I think we're going to keep on having, problems in terms of expanding AI in the region and making it, the way we want it to go. And on the governance bit, I think someone mentioned earlier, I think a few people, about the lack of a comprehensive, AI legal framework. And I'm not really sure that, that necessarily prevents, regulation or governance of AI. There's so many other frameworks that, and that was mentioned as well, that speak to, beyond data protection, consumer protection, competition, even sectoral, like was mentioned. And even when you have an AI regulation, you will still need to have all this sort of body of laws and regulations to support each other and to give the optimal situation for regulating AI. So I was just going to say that, I mean, we don't necessarily have to wait for that. It's fine to have that, but in the absence of that, I mean, there's so much more, many of the problems that people foresee with AI have already been addressed by data protection and all these other laws. So let's use them to the best of our ability and not think about, and also I think if you focus only on developing new laws, sometimes you end up reinventing the wheel, right? I think laws should be looking at what are the gaps that exist and how do we then address those gaps in the laws instead of, reinventing the wheel and just having like, cumbersome. And the reality also is that AI and technology is moving so fast, right? I think the problem with developing laws, we know that is a very, cumbersome process to develop a law. To change that law is going to be even more cumbersome in most instances. And that's why I think also, in addition to having legislation, and I know some of my panelists have sort of frowned upon, ethical, frameworks that are not binding, I think they have a value as well, because they are probably easier to sort of change and adapt to what is happening. So when you combine those with like rigid binding laws, I think it helps us to sort of, address things as they, and adapt as things, as things change in the technical ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll open up to the audience for questions. I believe there's a question at the front from Melissa.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Rutendo Gandhi, and I'm one of Zimbabwe's top developer with an award-winning hybrid assistive app. So one of my features on the app is an artificial interactive platform where the visually impaired or the hearing impaired interacts with the system during the class and work situations. So my question is, how can AI developers be more inclusive to people living with disabilities, women or girls? And how do you engage youth, and how are you exposing them to the ecosystem? And when we develop this system and AI, we do this with the hope of making them not only legally compliant, but also socially, ethically, and culturally aware of sensitive in their interaction with human agents. So how are you engaging with the youth, and how are you identifying the talents, and how are you positioning them in the system and making AI more inclusive, and the steps to achieve an equitable future for the technology?
Thank you for that question. Should I assign people to answer, or are there
Sorry.
volunteers?
My questions are directed to Dr. Scott and Karen Bett.
Okay, made it easier.
Okay, I'll go first. I'll tackle the second part of your question and leave the first half. So the question about inclusivity, one of the things that I'm very interested in is what is excluded from inclusivity. For example, this conference, we've spoken quite a lot about gender and race inclusivity, right? And those things are obviously important. You know, anyone who disagrees with that's a fool, shouldn't listen to them, they shouldn't be allowed on the stage. But the one thing that we're not really talking about is within the main categories of social analysis is class and sexuality. Those are things that sort of tend to be on the tip of the tongues or hidden from the conversations, things that aren't really brought to the fore. So I very much commend you for the type of work that you're doing. I think that's fantastic. I think you're pointing towards an intersectional approach in how to think about disabilities is working. I encourage you to do that. And as you take on your next projects, think about how race and class and sexuality are also elements that you can try and address.
I think just to echo what Scott has said, congrats on the innovation that you're doing. I think that's a really good area on assistive technology. I think two things I could suggest, and I'm happy to also connect you with the ecosystem or the stakeholders that we're working with on assistive technology. But I think of the end user in your design. So even as you're sort of developing the tool, are you testing it with persons with disabilities? Are you thinking about the biases that you as an individual might also have? So think also about the blind spots that you may find yourself in as an individual, and have sort of others to help you identify some of those blind spots. But even, you know, as you design, as you put it out there, as you test and retest, involve these individuals who are going to be using your tool. And, you know, involving them is not just to tick your box, but actually hearing what they say and sort of understanding how this technology is going to help them. And if it's not going to help them, you know, just be bold to say, okay, this is not going to help them. Maybe I should move to something else. So have that open mind that, you know, if it's going to make it more difficult for persons with disability to use this tool, then maybe you should be thinking about a different tool. So just have that open mind as you develop it. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you for that. Since we have Meta in the house, I'd really like to hear what their opinion on inclusive AI, especially for key groups. We have women, youth, people living with disability?
You were asking me that question, I'm sorry. So you're asking for my thoughts. I mean, I agree with what my co-panelists have said. If you want to build something for a group of people, they have to be involved. And you need to ensure that you take their, you know, their considerations into account and you know, basically the issues that they face, you know, and in all its complexities has to be taken into account in building, you know, the relevant framework or the relevant tools or the relevant products, for lack of a better word, for them. So if it's about people living with disabilities, they have to be involved in the process. Them, but also, you know, I mean, the whole ecosystem, like experts, you know, who deal with that, you know, involve also, I think it's also important to involve like policymakers in the process, right? Because sometimes, you know, you are developing something and you want to be sure that you're having like the 360-degree view. So beyond, I think you prioritize those who are actually going to be most affected and going to be using it, but have the whole ecosystem involved in the process. I wanted to just add something interesting. So one thing that I'm not sure, I haven't been really involved in how frameworks have been developed in the region, but one interesting thing that Nigeria has done, so Nigeria is developing a strategy on AI, and they wanted it to be a co-creative approach, right? And they literally involve people from all sectors to do this. Now, as I imagined, the end product is quite, yeah, unwieldy, right? I think it's like 190 pages, whatever. But I think that's fine. For me, I think that the idea and the concept of actually working with all the stakeholders to develop that strategy is important. You can always cut it down and summarize and take out all the, you know, irrelevant stuff. So I think anything we're doing with AI, you know, you have to ensure that it's inclusive. And that also involves, I mean, you might think, what does it matter? Policymakers, everybody should be involved. But of course, there'll be weight, maybe greater weight attached to different, you know, stakeholders in the process of building inclusive AI products.
Thanks for that. I think we have a question from Melissa.
I've been told that I need to stand. I'm a tall person, so standing is not something I like to do when everybody else is sitting, but okay. And I'm so glad nobody has said this in this conference, so let me be the first one to say it. Mine is not a question, but a comment. And I think it's a relevant comment, something that has been coming up in all the panels and the discussions that we've been having, but hasn't really, I think, been spoken out quite clearly, which is, what is the definition of African AI? We've been talking about AI in the African context. We've been talking about inclusivity. We've been talking about let's not copy and paste, but we haven't defined what African AI is. And that's also me plugging CIPIT because we have defined African AI. And you can get that report. And African AI for us is really not a difficult concept. It's anything that's developed by an African for an African, right? And it's not based on geography. If you're an African in the diaspora, but you have created something for African use, then that is what we're defining as African AI. And the key word there is the use of that AI. And that would solve so many problems here, because then you would have to interrogate when you're asking yourself, are we doing it for innovation? Are we doing it in order to be inclusive? If you're looking at the use and you're looking at Africans, and Africans are not homogeneous, but allow me to use Africans here as a placeholder, then you have to look at the culture and the values that are there. And really, if you interrogate the culture and the values, I highly doubt that you would say it's better to go for innovation than to go for the public interest. I think we're circling around that. I just want to highlight that that really is the basis of the thinking that we utilize at CIPIT. We have to ask ourselves, what is African AI? And if it's for the use for Africans, the benefit of Africans, in the public interest of Africans, the questions are quite clear. You don't have to debate about that. Thanks.
Okay, you said yours was not a question, it was a comment. Mine will be a question and comment. So we can call it a comment. Now, I'm a medical doctor, and I have to say in the course of my healthcare practice, I've encountered very many different scenarios where healthcare and AI are intertwined in very unique ways. And my comment is with regards to what Karen Bett said, that for us in the healthcare field, information, data, and our perspective of our patients are longitudinal, in the sense that we view a person from birth to death. My hands, I have held a child at birth. And then, like you said about vital statistics and vital information, in the course of a person's lifetime, we gather a lot of information, vital statistics and vital data. And as we all know, we all die. So my hands, I have signed a death notification and a death certificate for someone. So there is a lot of longitudinal information from birth to death. And I feel that AI will play a very vital role in aggregating all this information, not only from the point of view of health and healthcare, because we all need to be healthy, that is health. And at some point in time, we all seek healthcare by going to a hospital somewhere. And in the course of all that trajectory, we accumulate a lot of data points along the entire of that pathway. And so all this information is siloed in the healthcare ecosystem. But the healthcare ecosystem is interacting with a lot of other domains in the community. We interact with the climate and the weather. There are a lot of diseases that come as a result of changes in the weather and all that. And climate change also. And then we interact with the financial environment, the insurance companies, and the government, and the regulation, and all that. And there's a lot of data that is siloed in that domain as well. And then there are also a lot of legal implications in our healthcare practice. There are a lot of rules that are governing my interaction with my patients and the data that is collected. As a healthcare professional, there is a lot of privacy and confidentiality considerations regarding the data that I collect about the patients that I am treating. But then there is the legal implication, disclosure of this information and how I have to protect my patients, not only me, but all the other parts. And so in all these ecosystem and all these data points, and as we aggregate all these data to come up with big data, I feel that AI has a lot to play to integrate the entire of this ecosystem in such a way that we are able to generate insight and intelligence about how the different actors in the entire of that ecosystem can aggregate all these data for the human person from birth to death. Thank you.
So thank you very much. An acknowledgement. At first, I'm really loving this conversation about ethics because I believe success of any initiative is primarily focusing so much on the ethics of that particular product. My name is Kevin. I'm an AI researcher and I have a background in philosophy. So I also mainly try to major with ethics, particularly in artificial intelligence. But now I've got this concern. The year 2020, we had Google fire one of its ethical researchers. A lady was called Timnit, I don't remember the second name. And she was fired after she made a presentation, which was more of critiquing Google's language models. Then last year, if I'm not very long, probably the month of September, we also had Meta disband the team that was responsible in helping Meta come up with more AI and responsible AI products. Then again, this year, probably like 3 or 4 days ago, not very sure with the exact number of days, but 3 to 5 days ago, we had Microsoft again in one of its layoffs, which affected like 10,000 employees. part of that team were people who are mandated with the responsibility of ensuring there are ethical considerations within the development of AI products in the company. Now this one leaves these questions. With these huge and giant companies laying off and disbanding these teams, does that mean that maybe ethics kind of curtails the development of AI products? And again, if it doesn't, at what point should we strike the balance between the ethical considerations and also the innovations in AI products? And the last question is this: if such a company like Meta, or maybe another one like Google, and also like Microsoft, has that capacity of withdrawing or maybe disbanding such a team, why should I, and maybe why should another company like Motebe's company be concerned with ethical considerations when trying to implement these maybe AI solutions? Thank you very much.
That's a very, very good question. I think Anjali would like to tackle it first, and then it can go across, because I think everyone has something to add.
So I think Alfred touched on this a little bit, and Dr. Scott touched on this a little bit. It's about value systems, right? And value systems are not something that is innate in us. It's something that we as a society develop, and someone develops, or a corporation develops. So when you ask, does ethics interfere with innovation? Maybe, maybe not. I don't have the hard data to give you a hard question. I mean, a hard answer, sorry. I think the more important answer is, should ethics be placed above innovation? Should ethics be placed above profit generating? Should ethics be placed above innovation, right? And that's something that those corporations and we ourselves, and as Dr. Scott said, we as a nation or as a continent, we need to really interrogate and come up with a decisive answer. Because if we're always waffling around the concept of, or the two competing interests of innovation and profit generation and capitalism and ethics and human-centered designs and all these things, I mean, there's always going to be tension between them. So I think what we need to do is just say, yes, maybe the answer is yes. Maybe ethics do interfere with innovation, but even if the answer is yes, we still need to place those ethics above innovation, and that is our value system as Africa. And because that is our value system as Africa, then we proceed with that in mind, and we create our governance structures with that in mind. And corporations just have to adapt, right? So it's like driving a car. It's probably safer to make cars without seatbelts, but then we'd all crash and die at some point. So even if it is safer to make cars without seatbelts, we said that because of ethics, because of our value in our citizens, we're going to require all these cars to have seatbelts, and you just have to adapt as a corporation. Cheaper? Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Cheaper.
I really sort of want to echo your sentiments over here. Kevin, I think you got some very good insights over there. And we know that shareholders don't particularly like people who try to put guardrails on profit-seeking ventures, right? That's the nature of capitalism, right? Private corporations have a fiduciary responsibility to maximize returns to shareholders. That's the law. Now, AI ethics are ornamentation. They're nice things to have. And if you had to think about the rule of law between here's your fiduciary responsibility and here's your ornamentation, which one's going to win? Legally, this one has to win. So AI ethics doesn't go far enough. AI ethics does not interrupt exploitation. What you really need is you do need strong legal interventions over here. You need strong, effective, administratively capable states to ensure that these laws actually operate. And you need a political class that's willing and able and has the courage to say, you can come and operate here, but on our terms. Thank you.
I think Melissa and Angeline and Dr. Scott have given some really good points. And just to add, the fact that you're asking yourself this question, I would beg you not to conform to it I think because of the values and what you hold, even as a small organization, I think ethics is still important. And just because the big techs with their power are dropping it, I don't think that's the reason you should use to drop it as well. And I think also just balancing profit-seeking public goods. I think ethics is a public good. And if the private sector have reached a point where they've decided, and maybe you'd know more, Lola, but if the private sector have reached a point where they feel comfortable to do away with it, maybe because it's, it doesn't interfere with the profits, regardless, I think ethics is more than just done for profit. It's done because it's a public good. So it's also trying to balance that. And the comment, as he said, on health systems, I think health systems is one of the sectors I feel needs this innovation the most. And of course, should be the sector then that guides other sectors on what's best practice, what's good when it comes to innovation and responsible AI and other innovations. So just to add to that.
Okay. So yeah, very interesting, very interesting question. Of course, I don't work for Google or Microsoft. I have no clue about what happened there. I mean, the Google one, I read it, on social media like everybody else, and I didn't even know about Microsoft. But I mean, like you said, I think ethical considerations are really independent of, tech companies or whoever. Like, if it's for the public good, then they need to be there, right? So my response to you is that, at least from the meta perspective, right? I kept on referencing responsible AI team. It hasn't been disbanded. I can confirm that to you. But oftentimes you have the organizations and the structuring. And I think maybe about a year or some time ago, one org called, I think Fair AI or something, as part of Meta, was reorganized. That's what I can share with you. So responsible AI, I mean, even the pillars that I shared with you, well, I think were released maybe last year or maybe the year before, and are still being, used internally. So responsible AI ethical considerations are things that it's not even only the responsible AI team implements, right? This is something that you take as a 360-degree approach in all, product development. So of course, it's very important, and that's why many tech companies have those teams to ensure that you look at it in a holistic manner. But at the end of the day, it's not just that team. If you just rely on that team to make the change and implement whatever principles they are, then you'll be failing. So it's something that has to happen across the board and it has to be integrated into the entire process and the systems of a company. So I still think that responsible AI ethical considerations are extremely important because they help us to, I mean, laws are kind of rigid and do not necessarily look at, I mean, they're very directive. But when you have all these other principles, they look at, and they can also be contextualized, right? We talk about laws also being able to be, but I don't think that's really as flexible as ethical considerations and other kind of softer principles. So I think they both have a role to play. And so I don't really necessarily see this, from the meta perspective, what you've shared as a problem, because it's still very integral to how we approach AI at the company. I hope that helps.
Thank you for that. I know time is up, but Dr. Gwaga had one question. So we'll take his question and it will be the closing comments. I'm sorry, you can approach the panel at lunchtime. So his question will serve as the closing comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Angelina, you said something very important. Yeah, you spoke about the decolonial movement. And then you also spoke about getting templates, from the US, those who have done it, before us. I think the decolonial movement in Africa is quite complex. But if we are talking about Abiba Bihan, Sabelo Maklambi, Timid Gebru and all that, then I think I would agree with you. Then you've got the decolonization movement by our governments, where they use it, for advancing political interests, to say we don't want interference, but yet we get Canadian money. We say we don't want Canadians to interfere with what we do. but we get their funding. I'm not saying this in a controversial manner. I think as a philosopher, when you look at the philosophy of Irish Marignan, Du Bois and others, Philip Petit, they talk about domination, that freedom should not be against interference per se, but against what? Domination. So when we are looking at concepts and values in Africa, or conceptual decolonization and all that, it's not about being against American or Canadian or UK concepts, but against domination. I know this might actually confound if you don't do philosophy, what exactly is he saying? Let's talk about Canadian feminist policy, yeah? Is it compatible with African values? I would say yes, because I think when you look at our moral values way back, mothers used to play a very important role in society. And then we've got an African proverb that talks about send a girl to school, she's gonna, I think, feed the village or something. I don't know. I think there's a saying like that. So I think what I'm basically saying, we should be against moral values because of their provenance, because of their origin. But we should be against principles, values, and concepts if they are dominating. I don't know whether that is clear. Because I think African people, we've got a lot to learn from people with whom we have got a heritage of common suffering, like the Iroquois people of America, the Andipos in Australia, but also the colored people of the world. I think when you look at the philosophy of W.E.B. Du Bois, he talks about that we should be bound together by bonds of common suffering. But also, I think even the countries that dominated us, why should we be against interference? I think what we should be against is what? Domination. I worked, I think, for quite some time on the Canadian feminist policy, or I think advising the government of Canada actually on their response to Chinese AI. And I think 2 years ago, we had several meetings. So I actually think there's more we can learn, because the anti-domination philosophy actually came out of feminism. So the womb of anti-domination was feminism. So I think my point here is that I think we shouldn't really play the game of politicians to say Africans, we want our own things. So if Africans, we want our own things, let's do our own aeroplanes. Let's do our own. The fact that we can do that means that I think it's a digitally interdependent world where we need each other. We should be looking at ways to influencing American values. I think just come to the Netherlands and see how I dominate Netherlands. And I'm serious, I dominate. So I think we should really be saying, oh, the Europeans shouldn't be dominating Africa. It's a question of Africans also going there and making an impact, is it? So that's what we need. So in closing, I'm working on a project on responsible AI with the University of Pittsburgh. So if you want to be interviewed for that project, if you're working on AI, please contact me over lunch. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that, Dr. Gwagwa. I thought you had a question, but since you didn't have a question, I could phrase what you're saying in form of a question so that we can get our last comments from our panel. So how can we as Africans raise our voices, our ethics, our interests, our visions, concerns, and expectations and fears to become part of the increasing global discussion on responsible and ethical AI?
So I think if I had to encapsulate it in one sentence, it would be trust but verify. So I don't think any one of us in this panel is saying we should not definitively adopt these AI tools or adopt technology from the US, the UK. I think what we're saying is we need to interrogate what we're being told, right? We need to investigate these narratives. We need to investigate these tools. We need to investigate what the impact is, and then really understand whether it makes sense for us as Africa, again, a very general term, and then based off of that, come up with governance tools that will leverage it in the best way to benefit all of us. And that's the other thing, even when we're doing this interrogation, we need to do it at a nuanced level so that everyone, when we say benefit us, we really mean us. We don't mean people on the higher socioeconomic strata. We don't mean just men. We don't mean just one group of people. It really means us. So I think that's what we're saying. So trust, but they're verify and verify a lot.
From my stance up here, I don't think there's anyone on stage who's an AI pessimist. I think what the message is that we want certain types of potentials to be advanced because those potentials that we see are more emancipatory than the current landscape that we see in front of us. So I think there's value in thinking about pivoting to really sort of take stock of the experiences that we have on the continent, the experiences we've had on the continent for the last 400 years, and sort of what that experience means for our current moment. So in short, the goal over here is to try and make hope possible, not despair inevitable. Thank you.
What I would add is, with the energy we have on the AI, let's also have the same energy to have really robust systems as a continent, because the risk is it will come back and haunt us. If we develop AI that is not using good data systems, then it does more harm than good. So let's use this energy sort of interest to also push ourselves to have good data systems. And I think good data systems is ensuring that we use AI to strengthen the data that we have, enable AI to use AI to enable us to have data that is more real time. So we don't need to wait for censuses, which take 10 years for us to have a good snapshot of the society now. So, use AI to help us know the current status of our population. The same to surveys and other administrative data systems. So let's use AI to strengthen our data systems, because then we will have better AI with better data systems.
Okay, I get to have the last say, but why? Yeah, I think we've gone beyond, I think AI is here to say, we've gone beyond the point of do we want it, do we not? It's ready or not, here I come, right? So I think the issue is about how do we make sure AI works for us as a continent? What do we need to do to make that a reality? And I'm sure a lot has been said about that already today. So for me, we need to make sure that we're very conscious about not only making sure our voices are heard in global forums and make sure we have African perspective, but how are we also what steps are we taking to ensure that we are addressing our most acute challenges, and we're not being seen only as consumers of AI from other parts of the region. That for me is very important. And I know I've said it before, one of my missions is really to make sure that we're able to, whether from a philosophical approach or whatever approach you want to take, to make sure that we're really thinking through and we're the ones creating or at least developing our own narrative about how we want AI to work and what we want AI to be and what issues we face, and not the other way around. So I think what I would like to see more of, and this is, of course, this conference is also a very relevant example of this happening, right? But I wish to see more of having more very Africa-focused conversations about the nitty-gritty from all dimensions of what we need to do for AI and how we can go about improving the AI ecosystem in the region in a way that makes others sort of force people or force other regions or whatever to take notice, of the region and make sure that, our voices are being heard. So that for me is really what is very important for me. Make sure that we sort of take our space in the AI conversation and own it.
All right, thank you very much, panelists. Thank you, audience, for your questions. Round of applause for everyone. So that marks the end of the panel session. I'll hand it back to Florence to close it up. Thank you.
Another round of applause, please. Also, I know that round of applause is not just loud because they're the last panelists and they're finished and they did a great job. I know y'all are hungry and you're ready to go. So I'm about to make a really bad joke just because there's something that's been mentioned during the closing comments by Dr. Ololade
she said, we're at a place where AI is here, whether we like it or not. So she just said, ready or not, here I come. So I think the soundtrack for AI moving forward should be Ready or Not by the Fugees. I think it works. It works very well. So yes, we've finally come to the end of our 2-day conference. I hope you've all had an opportunity to connect, gain knowledge, share, and just exchange ideas and learn a few things here and there. And with that, I only have one exercise, just one small exercise. Also, this will depend on how fast you stand, and you'll get a tiny gift, going away gift from us. So, okay, let's see. Okay, since you're already standing, please continue standing, and let's see whether you'll be able to answer my question. So, these 2 days we've been looking at different themes with respect to AI, and these themes have formed part of the panel discussions. So, from yesterday all the way to today, could you please name the panel discussions we've had? Yes, all of them. Without looking at your program, because basically speaking, the panel discussions are based on the themes of this conference. All right, let's see somebody else who can stand as fast as he did and give me the, believe it or not, they are just there. We've had about 5, 6 panels, but within those 6 panels, 4 of those panels have been key to the themes that we've had for this conference. So I just need the 4 themes for the conference. Well, okay, there we go.
Hello, let me try. AI and data, AI and innovation, responsible AI, practical AI in some fields.
There we go. That's it. That's all. That's all. And if you now do look at your program, you will notice that all the panels had those 4 sessions in them. Okay, as you look at your programs also, I'm sure the last thing you've looked at was the last panel for today. Just flip to the last page. You will find QR codes for the reports that have been done by CIPIT. Feel free to scan them and go through the reports at your own time and just interact with the work that we've been doing. The person who got the 4 themes right, you will get to be a cool person in your office who walks around with a water bottle. The only difference will be you'll be walking around with a thermal one, which will be telling you how cold or hot your drink is. So allow me to welcome Angeline to do the closing remarks.
Hi, everyone. How are we doing? How are we feeling? Is it on? I thought the little light was on. Okay. How are we doing? It's been quite the eventful 2 days. I think someone said this earlier, that this conference was a long time coming and much needed. And I would like to, once again, please bear with me, thank a whole host of people. I'd like to thank IDRC first. Without their support, this would not have been possible. I'd like to thank Strathmore University, this beautiful room, the catering services, and so many other things. They have been an invaluable resource for us. I'd like to thank the CIPIT team. We have worked tirelessly on this. Special thanks to Florence and Cynthia. So Florence was up here today as MC and Cynthia was her co-host yesterday. I could not do what they did. So it would have been a very, very short conference. I'd like to thank all the moderators, all the panelists for giving us their time, their insights, their expertise. I know I learned so much. And I would like to thank the keynote speakers, especially Dr. Catherine Ture, I'm sorry if I butchered the name, and Professor Izal and Dr. Melissa Omino. They started off both days on the right note. And finally, I would like to thank you guys, the audience. I know that we have been engaged while we're in this room, but it's really gratifying to see how you've really connected with one another. So the conference is on the state of AI in Africa, but we are part of that state, right? The stakeholders, we are the ones who are building up this AI ecosystem. We are the ones who are providing our input, our labor, our passion, our knowledge into this ecosystem. And if we don't interact with one another, if we don't talk to one another, what happens is we are constantly working in silos, whether it's sectorial silos, national, regional silos. We don't know what we're doing. We don't know how we are developing AI. You know, we're all working blindfolded, really. So I'm really, really glad that we've interacted with one another. We have shared our concerns, we've shared our failures, we've shared our victories. You know, we've maybe talked about collaborations. I'll be reaching out to a couple people on collaborations. And I really would like to encourage us to keep this momentum going. Once we walk out of these doors, let that not be the last time we talk to one another. We have a very, and I will speak personally, sometimes when we go to conferences, we engage with one another, we interact with one another, and then that's it until we see each other in Kigali in June. And it shouldn't be that way. So the whole point of this is to be constantly keeping in touch with one another, constantly collaborating, right? Partnering up. And that way, we're saying that we want to build an equitable AI system that works for us collectively as an us. We need to understand what we collectively, what this us needs. And how do we do that if we don't talk to one another, right? Closed mouths don't get fed. So I'd like to encourage you to keep this conversation going. And if you are leaving right after this, safe travels. If not, there is lunch. Please avail yourself of that. And if you are staying for a little bit longer, please enjoy this beautiful city. If you looked in your package, there was a list of things you could do. If you have time, why not? And hopefully, not to speak out of turn, we will see you maybe in a year, maybe in 2 years for another one of these. So thank you once again. Our hearts are full as Sipiters. I will speak for the group. Our hearts are full. Thank you so much for availing yourself to us. And go enjoy lunch and go have a wonderful, wonderful rest of the day and the weekend.
Okay, I will release you from the back of the room. As Angeline has said, lunch is served. You're free to have your lunch. And once again, I would like to thank each and every one of you for creating the time to be here. And you have been amazing delegates, very interactive, very smiley, which is always good for an MC. It's good to see happy faces, smiley faces. It's very encouraging. So thank you so much for that. And to our online audience, thank you for availing yourselves, for participating. And we hope that this conversation, as Angeline has said, will continue. And those of you who had burning questions, lunchtime is always a good time to ask more questions. So yes, enjoy your lunch.
And now we're going to have a lovely performance by Peace Kyoko.
Thank you.